Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the George W. Norris Legislative Chamber for the 68th day of the 108th Legislature, first session. Our chaplain for today is Pastor David Palamaki from Redeemer Lutheran Church in David City, Nebraska, Senator Bosselman's district. Please rise.
Let us pray. Almighty and eternal God, we praise you for this new day and for your abundant mercy, which renews us for service to you and to our neighbor. You have blessed our state with abundant resources in land and water, crops and livestock, business and industry, and most especially in its people. In good measure, you give to each of us talent and ability, purpose and drive, work and vocation, so that we may provide for our families and support life in community. We give you particular thanks that we have a form of government which enhances our common life, with each branch carrying out its purpose. As we gather in this great hall today, we are mindful of the service of our elected senators and ask your blessing upon the members of this unicameral and upon our governor. Let the deliberations, discussions, and decisions of this legislature be fruitful as they address matters of state. As this is a day in which we recognize administrative professionals, we also offer our thanks to you, O Lord, for all those who labor in the offices of our capital, facilitating communication and carrying forth the necessary tasks of administration, so that the work of governance is maintained and the people of this great state are well served. With due appreciation, we pause to consider how our rights and responsibilities, crafted in our Constitution, ultimately flow from the laws which you have woven into the creation. Grant that your living word may abide among us and work in us and through us for your glory and the good of our neighbor and the good of our state. Through Jesus Christ our Lord, we pray. Amen.
I recognize Senator Lowe for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I call to order the 68th day of the 108th Legislature, first session. Senators, please record your presence. Roll call. Mr. Clerk, please record.
There's a quorum present, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Are there any corrections for the journal?
I have no corrections this morning.
Thank you. Are there any messages, reports, or announcements?
There are, Mr. President. Amendments to be printed. Senator Sanders to LB 583A and Senator Holleran to LB 562. That's all I have this time.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Senator Vargas would like to recognize Dr. Teresa Hatcher of Omaha, who is serving as our family physician of the day. Please rise and be welcomed. While the legislature is in session and capable of transacting business, I propose to sign and do hereby sign LR 99, LR 101, and LR 102. Mr. Clerk, first item.
Mr. President, select file legislative bill 815. I have no ENRs. Senator Clements has MO 921, 922, and 923, all with notes he wishes to withdraw. In that case, Mr. President, First Amendment, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh moved to amend LB 815 with AM 1264.
Senator Cavanaugh, you're welcome to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. Just a moment, I have to look up what the AM that we are on does. It's 1264. AM 1264 strikes the 588,000 and inserts 600,000 for legislative pay. Okay. Let's see here. This is from the NCSL 2022 legislator compensation. If you have, I'll take it. So the 2022 legislator compensation by state.
I don't have anything.
Okay, thanks. Alabama, their base salary is $53,956, and they do a mileage reimbursement of 58.5 cents per mile. Overnight stays is $85 a day for 2 or more days. With overnight stays, $100 a day. Okay. And Alaska their base salary is $50,400. Their mileage is 58.5 cents per mile. For legislators whose permanent residence is not in Juneau, up to $307 a day. For Juneau legislators, no per diem. Wow. Kind of a lot more money if you live outside of Juneau. If we did $307 a day for a 90-day session, times, that would be $27,000. So that is a generous per diem. Arizona, well, generous compared to, that's more than what we make by over double. Arizona is $24,000 for their base salary. And then their mileage is 58.5 cents a mile tied to the federal rate. The session per diem rate for state legislators residing in Maricopa County is $35 a day for the first 120 days of regular and special sessions, and $10 a day for all following days. Oh. For legislators residing outside of Maricopa, 100% of the average of the highest 6 months of the annual federal per diem rate for Maricopa County, including lodging as determined by the United States General Services Administration. The director of the Department of Administration shall determine this amount annually, currently $220 a day for the first 120 days of regular and special sessions, and half that amount currently $110 a day for all following days. This is set in statute, but will change each year as U.S. General Services Administration adjusts the federal rates. Arkansas is $44,357 for their base salary and 58.5 cents per mile tied to the federal rate. For legislators residing within the 50 miles of the capital, it's $59 a day. For legislators residing more than 50 miles from the capital, it's $155 a day. California has $119,702 for their base salary, and they have a mileage reimbursement of 58.5 cents per mile, and $211 a day for senators, and $214 a day for representatives for their per diem. Wow, that is generous. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Colorado is $40,242. And again, 58.5 cents per mile. For legislators residing within 50 miles of the capital, it's $45 a day. For legislators living more than 50 miles from the capital, it is $234 a day, set by the legislature, vouchered. Connecticut is $28,000. It's 58.5 cents per mile tied to federal rate. No per diem is paid. Wow. Connecticut is rough. Delaware is $48,237 for base salary. Interesting. It's 40 cents per mile. They're not tied to the federal rate. Legislators do not receive a per diem, but receive a stipend worth $7,481 that is divided by 26 pays. That's $287.73 a paycheck. Florida is $29,697. Also not tied to the federal rate. It's 44.5 cents per mile. $152 a day for up to 50 days for senators and up to 60 days for representatives, vouchered. Georgia is $17,341. It is $59 a day, and then, 59 cents a mile. Also not tied to the federal rate, half a cent more than the federal rate. Okay. And they are $247 a day, set by the Legislative Services Committee, unvouchered. Which does make me wonder so our per diem, I assume, is set by the Leg Council. And I wonder when the last time it was adjusted. I think the per diem has been the same for my 5 years. Curious when does the adjustment happen for the per diem, or does it not happen? Did it used to be that with inflation, the amount that we get for per diem now was much greater mileage out of your money than the value of it today? But whatever. Okay, that was Georgia. Hawaii, $62,604, 58.5 cents per mile. For legislators who do not reside on Oahu, it is $225 a day. For legislators living in Oahu, during the mandatory 5-day recess, only $10 a day. Legislators who do not reside on Oahu also receive reimbursement for their travel costs to commute from their home island to Oahu. Idaho, $18,875, 58.5 cents per mile. For legislators residing within 50 miles of the capital, it is $71 a day. For legislators residing more than 50 miles from the capital, it is 139 miles per day. Okay, now there's some pop-ups blocking. Yeah, that's great. I can't read the Indiana. Let me refresh that since maybe that, there we go. Nope. Okay. Well, that is, stop seeing this. Okay.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, well, there's ads blocking several states now. Illinois is $70,645 base pay, 58.5 cents per mile, and $155 a day. Doesn't clarify if that's just like when they're in session. I assume when they're in session, but hard to tell because it just says $155 a day. Indiana, $28,791. The rest of the information is blocked by this ad that I cannot get to disappear. Here, I clicked on it. Maybe that'll make it disappear. Nope, still there. Great. Iowa, $25,000. Again, can't read the information. Kansas, it says $88.60.
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
And you are next in the queue.
Thank you. Kansas has, it's unclear what theirs is, again, because it's being blocked. Just going to refresh this again. This is not great. Still not working. NCSL, your website is not making it easy to read. Let's see here. Maybe if I email it to myself. No? Okay. Well, I intended to go through all of this, but it is like literally just pop-up ads all over the place. So, gonna close out of that, try it all over again. And let's see if we have a better chance this time. Nope. No, just not going to do it. Okay. Michigan, $71,685, 58.5 cents a mile, tied to federal rate, no per diem paid. Legislators receive an expense allowance of $10,800 a year for session and interim, set by the Compensation Commission, vouchered. Minnesota, $46,500, 58.5 cents a mile, one round trip per week, tied to federal rate. For senators, it's $86 a day. For representatives, it's $66 a day. Additional compensation for communication, living expenses, and district travel may be possible. This different rate for senators versus representatives is interesting to me because they live in the same state and the cost of living is the same. So why is their per diem different? Mississippi, $23,500, 58.5 cents per mile, $155 a day, tied to federal rate, unvouchered. Missouri, $36,813, 49 cents per mile, $124 a day, tied to federal rate, unvouchered. Montana. Okay. I think this was what was happening in one of the other states. $100.46 legislative day. So they only get paid for the legislative day, and then 58.6 cents per mile, tied to federal rate. So that was probably a typo and supposed to be 58.5. $126.12 a day for additional expenses. Legislators also receive a primary $3,000 stipend and a secondary amount between $1,000 and $4,000, depending on the square mileage of a legislator's district. Well, some of you would receive the full $4,000 if we were doing things by square mileage of our district. Nebraska. It is 12,000 a day, 12, not a day, 12,000 base salary, 58.5 cents per mile tied to federal rate for legislators within 50 miles of the capital. It is $59 a day. For legislators residing more than 50 miles from the capital, it's $155 a day, which it doesn't say here, but perhaps we are tied to the federal rate because that $155 is the federal rate. Nevada is $164.69.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Calendar day, up to 60 days. Senators who are not up for re-election until 2022 receive $159.89 calendar day. And it is 58.5 cents per mile tied to federal rate. 2021 data is $151 a day, travel allowance of $10,000 a session, an additional $900 a session leadership allowance. Per Nevada Constitution, the Speaker and the Lieutenant Governor, as President of the Senate, each receive an additional allowance of $2 per diem during the time of their actual attendance as presiding officers. Mr. Speaker, in Nevada, you could get $2 more a day. Woo-hoo! Is that worth that?
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
And you are recognized, and this will be your last opportunity before your close.
Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Speaker. I wonder if you would get $4 a day for doing both roles at the same time. I mean, you could almost buy a sandwich. Committee chairs also receive an extra additional $900 allowance. Why do the committee chairs get an extra $900 and the speaker just gets $2 a day? Nevada, I really am intrigued by your per diem process. Okay, sorry. Just amusing myself here. New Hampshire is $100 a day, 58.5 cents a mile, tied to federal rate. Legislators can instead choose the state mileage reimbursement option, which is 38 cents a mile for the first 45 miles and 19 cents a mile thereafter. With this alternative method, the reimbursement is taxed as income, and legislators do not need to drive their personal vehicle. Okay, let me read that again. So 58.5 cents a mile tied to federal rate. Legislators can instead choose the state mileage reimbursement option, which is 38 cents a mile for the first 45 miles and 19 cents a mile thereafter. With the alternative method, the reimbursement is taxed as income. Why would you do that? Be interested to know how many people in New Hampshire use the taxed option for their reimbursement. And no per diem is paid. Wow, New Hampshire, you get paid $100 for your base salary. And then you get 58. Wow, they are lower paid than us, like significantly. Wow. Okay. New Jersey, $49,000, no mileage reimbursement, no per diem is paid. New Mexico, $0. 58.5 cents a mile tied to federal rate mileage, $165 a day, January and February, $194 a day, March, tied to federal rate, vouchered, goes up to $202 in FY23 on July 1 of 2022. It's still not a great gig in New Mexico. New York, $110,000, 58.5 cents a mile tied to federal rate. For non-governmental travel, it is $61 a day. For overnight stays, it's $183 a day. There we go. North Carolina is $13,951, 29 cents a mile, one round trip per week, and then $104 a day set by statute, unvouchered. For additional expenses, legislators receive $559 a month. North Dakota, $518 a month, $526 a month starting January 1, 2022, $537 a month starting July 1, 2022, 58.5 cents per mile tied to federal rate, $186 a day, $189 a day starting January 1, 2021, $193 a day starting July 1, sorry, not January 1, 2021, July 1, and then $193 starting July 1, 2022. Ohio, $68,674, 55 cents a mile for legislators living outside of Franklin County. No per diem is paid. Oklahoma, $47,500 base pay, 58.5 cents per mile.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tied to federal rate. $168 a day tied to federal rate, unvouchered, the per diem rate for Oklahoma legislators in the interim non-session months. Approximately June through January is $25 a day and limited to 20 days without prior permission for each respective House leader. This is governed by statute. Oregon, $33,852 a day, 58.5 cents per mile, tied to the federal rate, $151 a day. Pennsylvania is $95,432 a day, 58.5 cents per mile, tied to federal rate. $178 a day for representatives, $181.
Time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Conrad, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. I rise in support of the measure which is required to effectuate our constitutionally established rate of pay. I appreciate what Senator Kavanaugh has been doing to try and provide some additional education and put in context how our legislative compensation may compare to that of our sister states. I think it's, of course, well established that being the only unicameral, the only nonpartisan institution in the state, we typically have one of the smallest legislatures, both in terms of numbers and also, of course, in terms of budgetary expenditure. And I always think it's very interesting to compare notes on these kinds of matters regarding staff and compensation with our colleagues in our sister states. But I think that we can be proud that we do have a significant allocation for staff as individual senators, which is good. I think that we're all very well aware that in the workforce challenges that Nebraska is facing, including in state government, that it has been challenging to recruit and retain top talent to assist us and other members of the institution in carrying out the people's business. I really appreciate the work that Senator Linehan and others have done to try and address pay for staff to ensure that we can really have the best and brightest who are called to public service assist us in our work as well. And then what we do know is that when it comes to compensation, we all come into this very clear-eyed, of course, about making $1,000 a month. And I think we have a lot of challenges sometimes for those of us who are not retired or independently wealthy to try and balance commitment to service and $12,000 a year with other endeavors to meet our family's bottom lines. But I do think that we need to be thoughtful about how we can ensure that more people have an opportunity to run and to serve in this body, because the more diverse perspectives that are represented helps us to achieve better policy. And that's one component that I think has been widely and well established as a barrier to service for many talented and public-spirited minded Nebraskans. The other thing that I was thinking about as I was listening to Senator Kavanaugh's comments this morning, and I'm not sure if I'll have enough time to finish perhaps my love letter to the legislature this morning in my remaining time. And if not, I'll have an opportunity to punch in again to finish. But while of course it's interesting for comparison purposes to see how our sister states handle compensation and staff and per diems and things of that nature, there is of course what's clearly distinguishable from the operation of our sister states, and that's the fact that we're a nonpartisan unicameral legislature. And even this year, in perhaps the most challenging and arduous of circumstances that this august institution has found itself within, we are still finding ways to find common ground, even on the toughest of issues, even in the most challenging of circumstances. Things that happen in this institution, and it should not be taken lightly or for
1 minute.
granted, thank you, Mr. President, would not happen in our sister states, where each individual senator has a right to bring forward bills, to work across the aisle and across the political spectrum, to co-sponsor bills, and to have those measures move forward regardless of the individual senator's party, because we run and we serve in a nonpartisan manner. So as you start to see the packages being put together, as you start to see the measures moving through the body, you can see a wide array, a diversity of perspective from senators across the state and political spectrum who are working together to manage the challenging circumstances that we find ourselves in this year. That, of course, is never going to grab a lot of headlines, but is happening. And I wanted to reflect a bit more about how we still have been able to find common ground and
Time, Senator.
consensus. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Kavanaugh, seeing no one left in the queue, you are welcome to close. Excuse me. Senator Conrad, you are recognized.
Sorry, thank you. I wasn't quick enough on putting my light on. But just wanted to continue my reflections in regards to what I saw happen in the Nebraska Legislature yesterday. So even though there have been very, very hard fought battles this year and very, very hard feelings exhibited amongst the members and other stakeholders with this body, we're still finding a way to stay in relationship, and we're still finding a way to stay in dialogue to identify those key areas of common ground when they do present themselves. And I was very proud of all of the members of the legislature who worked yesterday to try and figure out a way to address food insecurity for low-income working Nebraskans, and to figure out a way to do that without impacting the general fund bottom line, working diligently with the executive branch to absorb those costs, and that credit where credit is due. That's a thoughtful example of how we can work together even under challenging situations to make a positive difference for more Nebraskans. And it really reflects, I think, as well, the message that I continue to share with student groups, civic groups, other folks that, invite us all to come and visit about the status of the legislature and what's happening. And I continually have the same refrain: do not give up hope. Don't stop believing in the Nebraska nonpartisan unicameral legislature. It is a precarious moment in our state's political history. It is perhaps feeling very dark and heavy for many citizens who are watching what's happening here and are very dismayed about the direction and the tone of our politics. But we shouldn't give up hope, because Nebraska is too important and our work together is too important. And this legislature is special and should be protected because it works. Even under the most stress and pressure, it still finds a way to work. And that doesn't happen as much in our sister states, and it definitely doesn't happen on the federal level. And one of the key components that ensures that we still find a way to work together is because we refuse to be mired in the partisan dysfunction that cripples our sister states and our federal government. So we need to take these examples to heart, even when they're on smaller measures, even when it may not be the kind of bill that is grabbing all of the headlines this session. We're still finding a way to find common ground to do the people's business. And we need to really hold on to that, because it helps us to find common ground on the next challenging issue, and it helps us to stay in relationship on the issues where we can't find common ground, and to have a disagreement that is principled and allows us to represent our constituents to the best of our abilities. So my message to my colleagues today and to Nebraskans writ large is don't give up. When you see the storm clouds gathering on our political horizon, when your heart and your head is hurt by the headlines emanating from the Nebraska Legislature this year, lean in harder with more love. Work harder to advocate and to organize. And please know that each act makes a positive difference, whether that's testifying in hearings, writing letters to senators, coming to the Capitol to petition your government, speaking out online, speaking out at your kitchen table or coffee shop. Each and every one of those acts is important to ensuring that we have an engaged citizenry and a strong democracy. So the key antidote to apathy and acrimony is engagement and continuing to fight forward with love in your heart and not give up on Nebraska or our Nebraska unicameral legislature. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no one left in the queue, Senator Kavanaugh, you are welcome to close on AM 1264.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Senator Conrad, for a reminder of what it means to serve here. Okay, I was reading about, so this amendment, AM 1264, strikes $588,000 from the language of the underlying bill and inserts $600,000. Oh, excuse me. Oh. For those of you that don't recall, the bill is appropriating the funds for our salary, our annual salaries, and what it includes in it, in addition to the $12,000 a year, is the state reimbursement for Social Security and I think Medicaid. And so this is just an arbitrary change to the amount that we would be appropriating for that extra state reimbursement. Yeah. Okay. So probably you shouldn't vote for the amendment because I think it would cause some sort of accounting error, but also go for it. Maybe it'll end up in an inadvertent increase in pay. I don't know how that would work because our pay is in statute, but let's give it a roll, shall we? I won't be voting for it, but you can. Okay, so I was, I'm just going to go back to, so Nebraska, after Nebraska was Nevada. That's where they had the $2 per diem for actual attendance as presiding officers. It's a big carrot to incentivize becoming the speaker, the presiding officers at $2 per diem. New Hampshire has $100 base salary and no per diem. New Jersey has $49,000 base salary and no per diem. New Mexico pays nothing. Does have a per diem tied to the federal rate. New York is $110,000 base salary, 58.5 cents per mile tied to federal rate. For non-government for non-overnight travel, it's $61 a day. For overnight stays, it's $183 a day. North Carolina is $13,951. It's $29 a mile, one round trip per week, $104 a day by statute, unvouchered. For additional expenses, legislators receive $599 a month. North Dakota is $518 a month, starting on July 1, 2021, it's $526 a month. And starting on July 1, 2022, it is $537 a month. And it is 58.5 cents a mile tied to federal rate. $186 a day, $189 a day starting July 1, 2021, $193 a day starting July 1, 2022. Ohio is $68,674, and it is $55 a mile for legislators living outside Franklin County. No per diem is paid. Oklahoma is $47,500, 58.5 cents per mile tied to federal rate, $168 a day tied to federal rate, unvouchered. The per diem rate for Oklahoma legislators in the interim non-session months, approximately June through January.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President, is $25 a day and limited to 20 days without prior permission of each representative house's leader. This is governed by statute. Okay. Oregon is $33,852 a day. It is 58.5 cents a mile tied to federal rate, $151 a day. Pennsylvania is $95,432 a day, 58.5 cents per mile tied to federal rate, $178 a day for representatives, $181 a day for senators. Rhode Island is $16,835, $56 a mile, no per diem is paid. South Carolina is $10,000.
Time, Senator.
Thank you. A call of the House and a machine vote.
There has been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk?
14 ayes, 2 nays to go under call, Mr. President.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senators Frederickson, Walls, Bostar, McDonnell, and Senator John Kavanaugh, please return to the chamber. The House is under call. Senator McDonald, please return to the chamber. The House is under call. All unexcused members are now present. The request has been for a machine vote. All those in favor vote aye. Opposed, nay. Have all those voted who wish to vote? Mr. Clerk, please record.
0 ayes, 35 nays, Mr. President.
AM 1264 fails. I raise the call. Mr. Clerk, next item.
Mr. President, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh would move to reconsider the vote on AM 1264.
Senator Kavanaugh, you're welcome to open on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't want people to like automatically just vote against my amendments, but if I'm not voting for it, I'm definitely not going to take it personally if you don't vote for it. So, though I do have an amendment today pending on a bill that I would love for people to vote for. But we'll wait until we get to that bill. If we get to that bill, I think we'll get to that bill. No, maybe we won't. Yeah, we might not. We got some activity up in the balcony today. Okay, so I was reading the reimbursement for legislators' pay in other states. And I see that we're having a changing of the guard up front, and Senator DeBoer is now presiding, so maybe she can get $2 extra a day. If she were in Nevada, at least, that would, I think, be a real enticement there. Although some days we have several presiding officers, so we would just be burning through dollars. We could probably spend up to $20 giving the presiding officer $2 extra that day. No, I don't think we've ever had 10 different presiding officers. That would be a lot. I don't even know if we have 10 different people in here who routinely preside. We've got the lieutenant governor, the speaker, Senator DeBoer, Senator Dorn, I know has been up there. That's 4. I'm looking around. Senator Hansen, Senator Slama. I'm not sure who else sits up in that seat. Senator Slama? Yeah. Oh, McKinney has sat up there. That's right, Senator McKinney. Thanks for the phone a friend, Senator Mosier. You know who hasn't, I don't think it's sat out up there. Senator Breezy, have you ever presided over the legislature? Because as chair of the exec board, I think you have a claim to that if you want it. Senator Breezy is a very thoughtful reader, and I always see him sitting up here at his desk reading over legislation as he's doing right now. So, yeah, I know that. I assumed that we had some children up in the balcony that are. It's always nice to hear children when they're up there, and let their voices be heard. I think I said something about that a couple weeks ago, Christmas Eve Mass, that the priest would always say Christmas Eve Mass is really the children's Mass, and that let the children be heard. So the children up in the balcony, I love hearing your voices. I didn't mean to imply otherwise. It's really nice. I only am sad that I can't see you because of where I sit, and you are in the balcony that I can't see. I can see the other balcony, but that balcony doesn't have anybody in it right now. So I oftentimes, if I look up, that's not the balcony that tends to have people in it as often, unless we have a lot of guests in a day. And I assume, almost forgot to get in the queue. I assume that we'll be standing up and recognizing the students up there shortly. But yeah, so I was reading about the salaries. I got myself a little sidetracked talking about the per diem. Now, Senator Breezy, if you did want to sit up and preside and you were in Nevada, you'd be getting $2 extra that day. So something to think about. We don't do it here, but but if you were in Nevada, you'd be getting $2 extra for presiding. I have never presided, actually, and I've never asked to preside. It's not that I wouldn't be interested in it. It's just not something that I've asked to do. I've sat up there when somebody is presiding and talked to them. I have not sat up there that much this year. I would sit up there and chat with the lieutenant governor when it was Mike Foley sometimes. But I guess now I'm always here, so not much time for socializing. Okay. And I do have to comment, like last week, I think I'm pretty ingenious here. My back was hurting from slumping over the podium. And so I went to the back where the printers are and I grabbed a box top from the printer paper to put my podium on. And it has made a world of difference. My back feels so much better. I'm still like my posture. I'm always trying to work on my posture. So my posture was getting really bad because of the slumping. And so now I'm trying to work on my posture a little bit more, but I still slouch a little. So maybe if I started standing up here with a book on my head to work on my posture. But would that be considered a prop? That probably would be considered a prop. If I stood, and people would think I was just being ridiculous if I just like stood up here with a book on top of my head just because I wanted to work on my posture. So just have to keep reminding myself to stand up straight so that I don't have to have that book on my head. Posture is really important. It's really important because if you don't work on your posture, then you get hunched and your muscles get hunched. And, you know, as we all age, good posture will help you physically as you age. So that's a tip, I guess. I don't have great posture. I'd like to have better posture. Okay. I think the last state, I don't know what last state I was on. The top of my screen is Oregon. So we'll start with Oregon. Oregon is $33,852 base salary, 58.5 cents per mile, tied to federal rate. Okay. And it is $151 a day. Pennsylvania is $95,432. It is 58.5 cents per mile tied to the federal rate. And $171 a day for representatives, $181 a day for senators. Again, it's a $3 difference. Why do senators make $3 more a day in Pennsylvania than representatives? What is the difference? If it's per day, that implies like if the Senate session is longer or shorter, you're still getting paid per day. So why are you getting paid $3 more per day? Who decides that in Pennsylvania? Does the House decide the pay? Does the Senate decide the pay? If the Senate decides the pay and they decide to pay the House $3 less than they pay the Senate themselves, that just seems like some serious, subtle shade being thrown. But if the House decides the pay and they pay themselves $3 less, what does that say about their view of their own self-worth? Or do they each set their own pay and it just happens to be close in amount, but not the same amount? And maybe that's the case. Maybe they both set their own per diem, but they don't compare in advance. So that's why there's a $3 discrepancy. I would love somebody to unpack the Pennsylvania senator versus representative daily per diem and why it is $3 differentiation. Okay. How much time do I have left?
1 minute.
Thank you, Madam President. Okay. So that was Pennsylvania and their $3 discrepancy in per diem. Next is Rhode Island, $16,835.56 a mile. No per diem is paid. South Carolina is $10,400, 58.5 cents per mile, tied to federal rate. 185.38 cents per day, tied to federal rate with additional amount added to match average hotel rate in Columbia, South Carolina. All legislators in South Carolina, House and Senate, receive a monthly payment of $1,000 that we label in-district expense. So they get our entire salary as an in-district expense, $1,000 monthly. South Dakota, $13,957. One trip is paid at 5 cents a mile.
Time, Senator. Senator Conrad, you're next in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning, colleagues, and a warm welcome to the young voices and the people that are visiting our capital today. I know that we all enjoy having visitors from our district here, and it's always, I think, a special moment for all of us to welcome our Nebraska neighbors into their house, into the people's house that is this incredibly stunning capital that we have an opportunity to work within day to day. And in my 9th year of service and in many years of coming to testify on measures outside of my time as a senator, I've probably couldn't count the number of times that I've walked into this building. But I do know that despite the countless number, that the awe and the respect and the inherent beauty that I see and feel when I walk into this body remains every single day. One thing that I wanted to touch upon that is a correlation, I think, to some of the metrics Senator Kavanaugh is looking at in regards to how other legislatures handle pay or per diem or compensation and those kinds of issues in our sister states as we look at the required bill before us to set appropriations for our constitutionally established salaries. I wanted to also note that there's a host of low cost or no cost options that state legislators should look at that would also help to enhance diversity for our citizens, to make sure that more people can run and can serve, even if we don't make adjustments to the compensation that would be required by a vote of the people in amending our state constitution. But when you look at some of the research and data that has been put forward by people who are looking at ways to increase the diversity of political candidates and elected officials, you can see that there are a host of other strategies outside of compensation that we can and should be looking at. That includes things like perhaps making child care expenses covered under campaign funds or otherwise. I know that Senator Hunt and other senators have brought forward measures year after year after year to try and make this small change in state law that would not impact the taxpayers or the bottom line budget, but that could provide a little bit of extra breathing room for those members with young children who are serving to have a bit of assistance in covering childcare related to the terms of their service and their duties. So that's one thing that I wanted to lift up as a potential that we could look at outside of just compensation for senators, to figure out other policies to complement our efforts to help more Nebraskans run and serve. You can also look at research from how our sister states handle some other internal policies to see if we are providing an inclusive and welcoming environment to more women, to more members with young children. And you can do things like ensuring clear access to breastfeeding spaces. And I know that the Capitol has made small strides forward in terms of providing spaces for our citizenry to access breastfeeding spaces. And I know, thank you, Mr. President, some of that continues to evolve as we work through the HVAC project and otherwise, but that's another policy and practice that we can adopt to ensure more diverse representation and service. Also, when it comes to just access to on-site childcare or adjusting compensation or stipends or per diems to address that increasing pressure on working families and the ability to serve for many people with young children, I think that could make a positive difference as well. Other things that don't cost a lot of money, but that can make a difference in ensuring that
Senator Clemens, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to remind the body and the people watching what this bill is. LB 815 is the bill to continue payment to state senators, the $12,000 per year, and that is all that's in this bill. And so I was pleased that Senator Kavanaugh recommended to vote no on that first amendment. It was an amendment to increase our pay, and that would be unconstitutional. By Constitution, only the people of Nebraska can vote to increase state senator pay. So it'll be Amendment 1264 and 1265 and 1269. Each one of those would increase senator pay slightly, which we are not allowed to do. So I'll recommend votes against those. Amendment 1270 that's on file would strike Section 3, which would strike the emergency clause, which means that the bill would not take effect until 3 months after adjournment. So senators would not be paid June, July, and August. I suppose we could do that and not be paid. Then Amendment 1272 and 1271 just change the effective date slightly from July 1 to July 4th or July 2nd. And so I oppose LB 1264 as being unconstitutional, and the other bills as well that are not advisable. But this LB 815 I do support because it's just the first bill of the budget that establishes state senator salaries as the same as it has been for quite a while. And just wanted to do a little refresh to the senators here and people watching as to what this bill is. And I ask for your green vote once we finally get to LB 815. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Clemens. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, Senator Clements, I would not want us to do something that is unconstitutional. So thank you for that. All of my amendments on the LB 815 should just go ahead and not vote for. Or vote for them. Not really sure. Do what you like. Do what feels right. You can be present not voting. I've talked about this before. It It is incumbent to get 25 green votes for anything minimum. Some things require more, but minimum 25 green votes to make anything happen that's on the board. So yesterday, I think we'd gotten so used to like needing 33 votes that yesterday when we were on the Health and Human Services bill and there were amendments that were getting voted on and we didn't do calls of the House on those amendments and people were getting anxious and then it was 27 votes. I was like, should I do a call of the House? No, you got your thing. Your thing is attached now. You need 25, there's 27. So I noticed that happened a couple of times. 25 votes. Cloture needs 33. I think if you try to do a poll motion on an IPP bill in committee, that I think raises the threshold either to 30 or 33 votes. I'm not positive. I've always wanted to increase 30. It increases it to 30. I've always wanted to increase a poll motion, not IPP'd, to 33 because if you're pulling something from a committee, circumventing the committee process and bringing it to the floor, it's most likely it's going to be filibustered. So it probably should meet that threshold of 33 and save us all 8 hours. Like if it doesn't have 33 votes to be pulled out of committee, then we're going to go 8 hours on it and it's not going to have 33 votes. That's, that was my feeling at a different time. Now I'm like, have at it. Take more time. Go bananas. I think I had one more time in the queue. So that's why I've introduced that rule to increase the threshold for poll motions to 33, whether it's IPP'd or not. I think, there's a whole process and a timeline on poll motions. I think it has to be something like you can't file a motion to pull a bill out of committee until it's 20 days after the hearing. If no action is taken by the committee, I think you have to wait 20 days for the committee to take action. And if they have not taken any action after 20 days, then you can file a poll motion. So that's why you would want an early hearing on a controversial bill, because if you can't get it out of committee and you want to pull it out of committee and you have your committee hearing date is, let's say, the 40th day, the 50th day, then you have to wait 20 days. You have to wait till the 70th day. I mean, that's if we're in a long session. So then if you wait till the 70th day and then you file a poll motion and then it gets to the floor and then it has to go through 3 rounds of debate. Also, it has to be scheduled. So, and at that point in the session, everybody is lobbying for their things to be scheduled. So
1 minute.
So that's why an early committee hearing date is a valued, prized possession, not just for just getting it done, having it done, getting it out of committee early. You also want it that way in case it doesn't get out of committee early. So I'm looking at speaking of priority bills, I'm looking at our priority bills because look at the agenda and actually, I'm just going to go through the old agendas and see. I'm trying to remember so we had Senator Dorn's bill yesterday. That was a senator priority.
That's your time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. You're next in the queue, and that's your last time before your closing.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, so I'm just looking through old agendas to see. We've got committee priority, committee priority, committee priority. Senator Dorn, I think you're the first senator's priority bill that has been scheduled for quite some time. Senator priority bills on April 14th. So that was last week. One of them is Senator Dorn's. The other one is Senator McDonald's chip bill. And So that's Senator Linehan's priority and Senator Albright's priority, which we're having again this week. And just looking through. Day 58. Nope, those are committee priority. Senator Lin, that's Senator Linehan's priority. Senator Breezy's priority bill was on April 3rd. And Senator Sanders' priority bill was scheduled, but maybe we didn't get to it on April 3rd as well. And I don't think it hasn't been put back on the schedule. So that was Senator Breezy's bill. And looking to see where that bill is now. I think it's probably on select file. It is on select file. Oh no, Senator Sanders' bill is also on select file. Okay, there we go. We got 3 select file senators' bills. Okay. And general file, that's the same bill. Same bill. Let's see here. General file committee. Nope. Okay, I'm back to day 50, March 24th, and I haven't seen any other senator bills. Nope, Senator Kauth's bill. Okay. And that is, now I'm on day 46, and no other senator priority bills. So it looks like, well, Senator Brewer's bill. So it looks like senators' personal priorities, with the exception of Senator Kauth, Senator Albright, Senator Linehan, Senator Brewer, are getting pushed aside. I just bring that up because people have been asking me about the session and how the session is going and why we're focusing on the things that we're focusing on. I assume that many of you have somehow gotten your bills attached to something else. So maybe that's why no individual senators' priorities are getting scheduled, except for the most controversial ones are getting scheduled. So do with that information whatever you will. Okay, I think I had 1 minute, and then I have my closing, and gonna get back to the legislator pay. All right, South Dakota is $13,957. One trip is paid at 5 cents a mile, and the remaining are paid at 42 cents a mile, one round trip per week. That is odd. 5 cents a mile? Okay. $155 a day. Legislative days only, unvouchered. The per diem rate is the amount fixed.
That's your time, Senator.
Thank you.
There's no one in the queue, and you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay. South Dakota, the per diem rate is the amount fixed for per diem allowance that is authorized by the United States Internal Revenue Service per SDCL 2-4-2. Tennessee, $24,316, 47 cents a mile until November 2022. Then it will be adjusted to 58.5 cents per mile. For legislators residing within 50 miles of the Capitol, it is $61 a day. For legislators residing more than 50 miles from the Capitol, it is $295 a day, currently tied to federal rate. Unvouchered. Beginning in November 2022, members will be granted the meals and incidental amount equal to the allowance granted federal employees for expenses in the Nashville area. For lodging, the higher of the annual average hotel rate for the previous calendar year in the Nashville Center Business District, as provided by the Nashville Convention and Visitors Corporation or their successor organization if obtainable, or the allowance granted federal employees for lodging expenses in the Nashville area. Okay. Texas, $7,200. Reimbursed at 58.4 cents per mile, $1.51 per mile for single, twin, and turbo engine airplanes, set by general appropriations bill. Legislators also receive reimbursement for transportation costs for one round trip home each week. Texas allows for gas mileage reimbursement for single, twin, and turbo engine airplanes. I guess a lot of their legislators pilot in to session. So, all right. I know we've got actually a fair number of aviators in this body. We could do that kind of reimbursement. So I believe, well, I'm not going to list them all because I'll forget. I think we have at least 4 aviators in this body, possibly more than 4, but I think we have at least 4. I wish I was. I have a family of pilots on my mom's side. My grandfather was a pilot, and he trained pilots during World War II in Illinois and trained people to be pilots in World War II in Illinois, but he was a civilian. He wasn't in the military. And then 2 of my uncles have been airline pilots and in the Air Force. Well, one was in the Air Force. The other one I don't believe was in the Air Force, but my one uncle was in the Air Force. My cousin is a pilot. My other cousin, he's not a pilot, though he might have his pilot's license, but he is an airline mechanic. So you may have flown on a plane that my cousin has repaired. He knows how to build an entire plane. That's part of the training when he went to college to become an airline mechanic. He went to college to become an airline mechanic, specific university that taught that. And he learned how to build a plane and how to dismantle a plane as part of the training to maintain a plane. So I always thought that was kind of fascinating. Yeah. So anyways, I guess if they were in Texas and they were in the legislature, they could get reimbursed for their gas mileage. Okay, I'm on Utah, and their base pay is $285 a legislative day, 56 cents a mile. No general per diem is paid. For Senate legislators residing more than 100 miles from the Capitol can receive up to $100 a day. For House legislators residing more than 40 miles from the Capitol can receive up to $100 a day. Vermont is $742.92 a week during session, and 58.5 cents per mile tied to federal rate, $75 a day for remote, $127 a night for lodging, and $69 a day for meals for in-person. Okay. Virginia.
That's your time,
Thank
Senator.
you, Mr. President. I'd like a call the House and a machine vote.
There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
7 ayes, 6 nays, place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. All those senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senator Armendariz and Speaker Arch, please return to the chamber. The House is under call. All unexcused senators are now present. Senators, the question is the motion to reconsider. There's been a request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk. Machine vote. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
1A, 35 nays on the reconsideration of the amendment.
The motion fails. Raise the call. Mr. Clerk, for the next item.
Mr. President, some items, if I could. Legislative bill, your Committee on Education, chaired by Senator Merman, reports Legislative Bill 705 to general file with committee amendments. Additionally, your Committee on Health and Human Services, chaired by Senator Hansen, reports Legislative Bill 84 to general file with committee amendments. Amendments to be printed: Senator Erdman to LB 341, new LR, Senator Jacobson and others, LR 110, that'll be laid over. Senator Jacobson, LR 111, 112, 113, and 114, all of which will also be laid over. Concerning LB 815, Mr. President, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh moved to amend with AM 1265.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, today is Administrative Professionals Day. So I looked it up. It's actually like the whole week is Administrative Professionals Week. And it's usually the last week of April, and the last Wednesday of the last full week of April is Administrative Professionals Day. So thank you to all of our administrative professionals in this building, which is many, the staff in our own offices, the committee staff, the clerk's office, the research office, the fiscal office, so LRO, Legislative Research Office, PRO, not our administrators, but the governors, and all of the administrators that work for the courts in the building as well. So thank you all very much, because you literally keep the state moving forward. Not metaphorically. You literally keep the state moving forward and probably keep us all out of jail. So I was reading up on this. Administrative Professionals Day is a day observed yearly in a small number of countries. It's not a public holiday in any of them. It should be, because then you all would have the day off. In some countries, it falls within Administrative Professionals Week, the last full week of April in the United States. The day recognizes the work of secretaries, administrative assistants, executive assistants, personal assistants, receptionists, client service representatives, and other administrative support professionals. Typically, administrative professionals are given cards, flowers, chocolate, and lunches. I'll just read that last part again. Typically, administrative professionals are given cards and flowers, chocolates, and lunches. So just coffee. Anything else that I'm forgetting? Feel free to slip me notes. I can work in what other things are typically tokens of appreciation. Oh, there's some history on it. During World War II, there was a shortage of skilled administrative personnel in the United States due to Depression-era birth rate decline, booming post-war business. The National Secretaries Association, founded in 1942, was formed to recognize the contributions of administrative personnel to the economy, support their personal development, and to help attract workers to the administrative field. Key figures who created the holiday were the president of the National Secretaries Association, Mary Barrett, president of Dictaphone Corporation, interesting, the Dictaphone Corporation, C. King Woodbridge, and public relations account executives at Young and Revicom, Harry F. Clemfuss, and Darren Ball. The National Secretaries Association was Association's name was changed to Professional Secretaries International in 1981, and the International Association of Administrative Professionals, IAAP, in 1998. Administrative Professionals Day is a registered trademark with registration number 2475334, serial number 75/898930. The registrant is IAAP. That is a very thorough history, including the trademark registration number and the serial number. I wonder what administrative professional made sure that that information was available in the history. Probably the same person who trademarked it, and they wanted that work to be acknowledged. So if you were the person who trademarked the International Administrative Professionals Day, just want you to know, I acknowledge that you did that. Whoever you are, thank you for trademarking that and making sure that the registration number was publicly available with the history of the day. Okay, the official period of celebration was first proclaimed by U.S. Secretary of Commerce Charles W. Sawyer as National Secretaries Week, which was held June 1 through 7 in 1952, with Wednesday, June 4th, designated as National Secretaries Day. The first Secretaries Day was sponsored by the National Secretaries Association with support of corporate groups. In 1955, the observance date of the National Secretaries Week was moved to the last full week of April, with Wednesday now designated as Administrative Professionals Day. The name was changed to Professional Secretaries Week in 1981 and became Administrative Professionals Week in 2000 to encompass the expanding responsibilities and wide-ranging job titles of administrative support staff in modern economy. The week-long observation was created in order to space out the bookings at restaurants, country clubs, and other places where administrative professionals would be taken out to lunch. Now, that is a fascinating piece of history, that the week-long observation was created to space out the bookings of taking your administrative professionals out to lunch at restaurants and country clubs. Clearly, a very well-organized administrative professional came up with the idea of making it a week instead of a day. For that, if that was the motivation for it being a week, was to make it more practical in the administration of Administrative Professionals Day, you can bet an administrative professional came up with that idea to make it more efficient and not infringe upon the efficacy of the workplace. That's how amazing administrative professionals can be. They are thoughtful, they are forward-thinking, they are strategic, they keep things going. They think about things that need to happen that you don't think about. So if you have an administrative professional in your life, be grateful. Okay. Oh, there's some criticism. Well, let's get a take on this. Some critics take an anti-consumerist stance and accuse the flower, card, and candy industries of inventing the holiday for convenient sales between Easter and Mother's Day, which is the second Sunday in May. It has also been argued that the traditional gifts of flowers and cards unintentionally mark the holiday and the administrative role as a gendered one, since these are typically feminine gifts, and that a special day to celebrate administrative professionals isolates them from the rest of their workplace peers. My office is split 50-50, so I would give both of my amazing staffers flowers if they like flowers. I've just been informed coffee is an appropriate token. I would probably give them both coffee. Maybe I will give them coffee if they want coffee today. I wouldn't dare to gender gift members of the clerk's office. So obviously the clerk and deputy clerk would get flowers, and then the others would get, I don't know, coffee, chocolate, cards, or if you like flowers, I know Carol likes flowers because she oftentimes has floral print dress that matches her floral water bottle. So Carol, you would still get flowers from me, even if it was being gendered. Unless you're allergic to flowers, in which case, okay, all right, not allergic to flowers. Okay, so that was the criticism, anti-consumerism, and
1 minute.
oh, thank you, Mr. President. Now, I am not one to be a big proponent of consumerism. It kind of is, frustrating, wasteful, but I believe that even if this is driven by consumerism, days and weeks like Administrative Professionals Day or Administrative Professionals Week are important because they remind us to acknowledge the people in our lives that we are interacting with all of the time, to take time to thank them. Now, you shouldn't need a day to do that or a week to do that, but some of us do. I think it's helpful. And so, yeah, I think that's a great thing. Now I see on here Boss's Day. Now that's probably a consumerism day that
That's your time,
we could
Senator.
do without. Thank you.
And you're next in the queue.
Okay, that is probably a day we could do without, Boss's Day. Thank you so much, boss, for making a profit off of my work and paying me less for it. Probably not a day we need to have. Also, you shouldn't be buying your boss gifts. They should be buying you gifts, if appropriate, workplace appropriate gifts. But I am going to read about Boss's Day because now I'm interested, but I'm going to take a sip. Okay. Boss's Day, also written Bosses Day or Boss's Day. Now I'm reading these so you don't know what I'm saying. Boss's Day, BOSS''S Day, or BOSSES Day, or BOSS''. I would say one of the two possessives because the plural doesn't make sense. It's the boss's possessive day. If you want to do, and this comes back to that Oxford comma type question, okay? We've got the apostrophe, BOSS''. Do you put another S after it, or do you just leave it at the apostrophe? Which is grammatically correct? To be determined. I think we'll dig in on this one later. Any of you writing papers right now? Got your APA? Do you do APA style now? Yeah, no. Some of you do, some of you don't. I can't remember what all the different style books are now. I think APA was what I learned. Well, I'm really curious about the apostrophe. What would you look up? Plural apostrophe? Apostrophe, yeah. Plural apostrophe after S. If the plural word is formed by adding an S, for example, cats, place the apostrophe after the S. If the plural word is formed without adding an S, for example, children, add apostrophe S. Okay, so cats, it would be cats apostrophe. Children, it would be children apostrophe S. Got that? Boss's Day. Boss is singular. So maybe singular apostrophe after S? Singular apostrophe after S. Okay. Even if you have a singular noun that ends with a sibilant, letters S, Z, SH, CH, or X, you add an apostrophe S to it. The box apostrophe S. Surface is very glossy. You can't take this seat. It's James apostrophe S. It's James's. So what is the rule for apostrophe after S? So according to this, and let me see, what am I referencing here? This is using apostrophes clearly, right? Clearly, punctuation. And this is the University of Guelph in California guidelines. Well, maybe I should be looking up APA style guidelines on apostrophe use. Style guide. Now I'm misspelling apostrophe. Jeez, I use 2 P's. It's 1 P. Oh. Apostrophe. There we go. Apostrophe is kind of a fun word.
1
We don't
minute.
use that much. Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Okay. Add an apostrophe plus S to the singular form of the word, even if it ends in S. That's from Purdue. APA style, forming possessives with singular names. Cite how to cite an apostrophe in APA. Okay. For example, should you use Adams apostrophe work or Adams apostrophe S? Per APA style, the answer is that the possessive of a singular name is formed by adding an apostrophe and an S, even when the name ends in S. Okay, so going back to boss's day, it should be boss apostrophe S if you are going by the APA style guide. Of course, we've got the great Oxford comma debate, so I'm wondering if I am teetering into.
That's your time, Senator, and you're next in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. President.
This is your last time before you close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, did you know that if you were in Nevada, you could get $2 extra a day for presiding over the legislature? I know, right? Blows your mind. I was hypothesizing whether or not it was $2 a day per person who presided, because so far it's been the lieutenant governor, the speaker, and Senator DeBoer. We might be up to $6 worth of per diem, just burning through that per diem cash. I think the speaker's pondering this as a potential legislative resolution to take to the executive board. Maybe we can get you $2 a day. He's not really, sorry. Speaker, I'm still on the $2 a day. Okay, that reminds me, I never finished. I got distracted, importantly so, about Administrative Professionals Day and Administrative Professionals Week, but I was reading through the salaries of other state legislators. So I'm going to go back to that for a minute because I'm on Texas. I ended on Texas because they reimburse for mileage for airplanes. I'm assuming they have a fair number of pilots. And I was pondering about that because we have several pilots here, and perhaps they would want to pilot in to the legislature. I have actually flown, he wasn't flying at the time. I have flown in a helicopter with Senator Brewer, but he was not flying the helicopter at the time. But if you were in Texas, Senator Brewer, they would reimburse you for airplane mileage. You could fly in. You could fly into work. We might have to get a helipad, but still. Okay. Utah is $285 a legislative day, 56 cents a mile. No general per diem is paid for Senate legislators residing more than 100 miles from the Capitol can receive up to $100 a day. For House legislators residing more than 40 miles from the Capitol can receive up to $100 a day. So in Utah, they get the same per diem, other than the House and Senate. Vermont is $742.92 a week during session. Very specific amount, 92 cents. It is 58.5 cents per mile tied to federal rate, $75 a day for remote, 120 session. Very specific amount, 92 cents. It is 58.5 cents per mile tied to federal rate, $75 a day for remote, $127 a night for lodging, and $69 a day for meals in person. Virginia is $18,000 for senators and $17,640 for delegates. It is 85.5 cents a mile, and it is $209 per diem per day. I don't know if it's per day when they're in session or not. Washington is $57,876. Pardon me. Oy. Okay. Sorry about that. Washington, $57,876, 58.5 cents per mile tied to federal rate, $185 a day. Per diem is now tied to 89% of the federal per diem rate and will be reviewed for accuracy each November.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have my close, or this is my close?
Yes.
This is my close?
No, you
Okay.
still have a close.
Okay. Lost track. Okay. I should maybe like make little hash marks here so I could keep track better, but 89%. Oh, West Virginia, $20,000, 48.5 cents a mile, $131 a day, set by compensation commission unvouchered. Wisconsin, we are getting to the end. Wisconsin is $55,141, 51 cents per mile. Senators can claim 1 round trip per week. Representatives can claim 2 round trips to the Capitol per week unless they stay overnight, and then they can only claim 1 round trip. For the Senate.
That's your time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Conrad has guests in the North Balcony, 9th graders from North Star High School in Lincoln. Please stand and be recognized by your Nebraska Legislature. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized for your close on AM 1265.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, AM 1265. I think I was on Wyoming's pay. Wyoming is $150 a day, 59 cents a mile, $109 a day per diem. Oh, their base salary is $150 a day. Okay, and then they have a per diem is $109 a day, set by legislature, vouchered. Legislators also receive an additional $300 a month, half salary for 1 day of preparation for each day the legislator is engaged in work for the management council or any committee, half salary for each day the member travels to and from an interim activity for which she is entitled to receive a salary. Okay. District of Columbia, council members earn $152,813. Chairmans earn $210,000. In-town mileage is not reimbursable. Out-of-town mileage is reimbursed if the member is on official business and the destination is farther than 50 miles one way from the District of Columbia. Members must present proof of actual mileage incurred, and it is reimbursable at rates established by the federal GSA schedule. Per diem is only authorized when members are on travel for official business. In those instances, per diem rates as established by the federal GSA are applied. American Samoa. The Senate President and Speaker of the House are paid a base salary of $30,000. Senators and representatives are paid a base salary of $25,000. No mileage reimbursement. Federal rate for per diem. Guam is no information is available. Northern Mariana Islands, $32,000 base salary, no mileage, and then per diem during session. Department of Finance calculated the rates based on the average rate per state published by the United States U.S. General Services Administration for travel to the insular areas of the United States, the states of Hawaii and Alaska, or the island of Saipan, I'm going to mispronounce these, Tinian, Rota, and Guam. Per diem rates were calculated based on the average rate per state and territory as published by the U.S. Department of Defense Per Diem Travel and Transportation Allowance Committee, PDTATAC. Per diem rates for travel to foreign countries, not including foreign countries defined as insular areas of the United States, were based on the average rate per country published by the U.S. Department of State. Okay, that's a lot of information. Puerto Rico, no information available. U.S. Virgin Islands, 85,000, no mileage. Per diem for overnight travel within the U.S. Virgin Islands is $75. Per diem for overnight travel outside of the U.S. Virgin Islands is $100. So one of the islands, Virgin Islands, is St. Thomas. And I went to St. Thomas University, and I always had to tell people, not that one. It was in Minnesota. Very different climate. Very different. Wouldn't have minded being in St. Thomas and the Virgin Islands, but instead I was in Minnesota, and we had a lot of snow. How much time do I have left, Mr. President?
1 minute and 13 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, so that brings us to the end of the 2022 legislative compensation as posted on NCSL, the National Council of State Legislators. If you are new to the legislature and you are not familiar with NCSL, I would encourage you to go to their website. They have lots of wonderful resources for state legislators, lots of data, research, information. They do stories on policies that have happened in other states. I remember when we first passed Medicaid expansion, my freshman year, I relied on a lot of the information that they had to see how other states were implementing Medicaid expansion. So very, very helpful tool. I finally get to see students. There's finally students on my side. Normally see the students when they're on that side. I can't see them. So I feel very special that I can see all of you. Yeah, I know I can see you.
That's your time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call of the House.
There has been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
7 ayes, 3 nays, place House under call.
Thanks. The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. All senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senator Day has guests in the south balcony, fourth graders from Palisades Elementary in Omaha, Gretna Public School. Please stand and be recognized by your Nebraska Legislature. Senators Raybold, DeKay, Hughes, Moser, John Kavanaugh, please return to the chamber and record your presence. The House is under call. All unexcused senators are present. The question is the adoption of AM 1265. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
No ayes, 36 nays, Mr. President, on adoption of the amendment.
The amendment is not adopted. Raise the call. Mr. Clerk for items.
Mr. President, the next amendment concerning Legislative Bill 815, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh would move to amend with AM 1269.
Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized to open on AM 1269.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, AM 1269 is, let's see here. On page 2, lines 1 and 2 strike $632,982 and insert $652,980. So almost a $20,000 increase in the appropriation, but it's actually a $19,998 increase, to be specific. I don't know why. Okay, so that's what AM 1269 does. And I finished going through all of the legislators' salaries. So I'm going to switch to a different legislator topic, women in state legislatures for 2023. Again, this is the National Conference of State Legislators, NCSL, a great resource for lots of information. Approximately 2,451 women served in the 50 state legislatures in 2023, making up 33% of all state legislators nationwide. This percentage is the highest we've seen in our nation's history. After the 2022 elections, women legislators reached a historical record representation. This represents a steady increase over the past 4 years, with a significant increase in 2018, when women represented 25% of legislative bodies. The map shows the percentage of women legislator by state. The percentage of women legislators by state. Please click on the state to see the total percentage of representation by state. Okay, so it is a color graded, it's like peach hues color gradation. The darkest color is 51+%, and There are states that have over 51%. Let's see here. Nevada, let's see what percent they have. Nevada is 60% female. What? Get out. It must be that extra $2 a day they give to their leadership positions. All right, Colorado, 53%. Cool. All right, who else we got here? Guam has 53% as well. Nebraska, we're not doing too shabby. Not doing too shabby. We're at 38.8%. We got room to grow for sure. My freshman year, gosh, how many did we have? Was it 14 our first year? I think it was. I started with, my first year was with Senator Slama, Senator DeBoer, Senator Hunt. I think, was it 14? It was. Okay. I don't know how many we have right now, but that was historic. Do we have more than 14 now? We have 18. We just keep getting more historic. Look at us. Thank you, Senator Slama. Sorry. I'm kind of looking for facts from other people. I apologize because they're actually trying to do something work-wise. So 18 now. We had 14 when we started, and that was a historic number when we started. So I feel we can get closer to 50%. We're at 38.8%. Not too shabby, but definitely room to grow. Now, there's some states that don't have very good representation. Wyoming's okay. Well, the 22%, they could do better. Oklahoma's 20%. Arkansas's 23%. Louisiana is 18.1%. Come on, Louisiana. Mississippi is 16.7%. Alabama is 17%. Tennessee is 15%. West Virginia, West Virginia may be the lowest. It is 11%. Yeah, I think West Virginia is the lowest. Let's see here. Who else do I have down here? Those are American Samoa has 5%. Okay. West Virginia followed by American Samoa followed by West Virginia have the lowest number of women in their legislatures. Okay. Then there's a whole graph. Great. Oh, shoot. That was the one I wanted to look at. Women. Sorry. I got to hit the back button. I moved forward too soon. Female legislative leaders in 2022. Okay. 92 women serve as Speaker of the House, President of the Senate, Speaker Pro Tem, Senate President Pro Tem, Majority Leader or Minority Leader for the 2022 legislative session. This is the highest number of women serving in leadership to date. I wonder out of how many of those positions. So 92 serve in those positions. How many of those positions are there? Okay. That is, note the research is subject to human error and may reflect discrepancies due to legislative vacancies. Information is subject to change throughout the year due to resignations, appointments, and special elections. Okay. Women in Leadership 2022. They have it by state. Alabama has none. Okay. Alaska has the Senate Majority Leader, Speaker of the House, House Minority Leader. And so they have the Senate Majority Leader is Senator Shelley Hughes. The Speaker of the House is Lois Studis. And the Minority Leader, House Minority Leader is Kathy Tilton. Interesting, the Speaker, on the House side, the Speaker and the Minority Leader are both women. In Arizona, the Senate Pro Tem Senate President is Karen Fan, and the Senate Minority Leader is Rebecca Rios. So again, in Arizona, in the Senate, both leadership positions for both parties are women. Arkansas, House Minority Leader, Representative Tippy McAuliffe. All right. I wonder if Tippy is short for something, or if that's actually Representative McAuliffe's first name. California, Senate President Pro Tem is Tony Atkins. Assembly Majority Leader is Assemblywoman Eloise Reyes, and Assembly Minority Leader is Assemblywoman Maria Waldron. Colorado, Senate President Pro Tem, Senator Carrie Donovan. House Speaker Pro Tem, Representative Adrian Benavides. House Majority Leader, Representative Dania Esgar. Okay. Where's everybody else? What? Oh, that's a different. Got to scroll in there. Okay. There we go. That was Colorado. Okay. Connecticut, none. Delaware, Representative Valerie Longhurst is the House Majority Leader. Florida, Senate Majority Leader is Debbie Mayfield, and Senate Minority Leader is Lauren Book. Okay. Georgia has the Senate Minority Leader is Gloria Butler, and the Speaker Pro Tem is Representative Jan Jones. Hawaii, Senate Vice President is
1 minute.
Michelle Kidani. Thank you, Mr. President. House Majority Leader is Della Abuletti. I remember I went to NCSL's conference this year, and it was in Hawaii, and I toured the Capitol, and I saw Representative Della Abuletti's seat, and I took a picture of it because my oldest kid's name is Della, and Della is not a super common name. It's Della, not, in case people can't, I'm not enunciating. It's not Stella, it's Della. And my Della is named after my great-grandmother, and her name was actually Adelheid. You have to get that guttural Adelheid. She was a German immigrant, and everybody called her Della. So when my Della was born, we were debating whether we would go with Adelheid or Della, and we went with Della because we knew that that's what
That's your time, Senator.
Thank you.
And you're next in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, so moving on from Della. Is this my first time in the queue? And then I have one, okay. Great.
Is this your first time, then another, then you're closed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay. So that was Hawaii, Women in Leadership. Now, Idaho, we have the Senate Minority Leader and the House Minority Leader. And the Senate Minority Leader is Senator Michelle Stennett. And the House Minority Leader is Ileana Rubel. To my fellow female legislators out there, if I am mispronouncing your name, I greatly apologize. I'm not always great at my pronunciation. Okay, Illinois, we have Senate Majority Leader is Senator Kimberly Lightford. Indiana, none. Iowa, House Minority Leader is Representative Jennifer Comfort. Kansas, Senate Minority Leader is Senator Dinah Sykes. Kentucky, House Minority Floor Leader is Joni Jenkins. Louisiana, Senate President Pro Tem is Beth Mizell. Maine is Senate Majority Leader Eloise Vitelli. House Majority Floor Leader Representative Michelle Dunphy. House Minority Floor Leader Representative Kathleen Dillingham. Maryland, Senate President Pro Tem is Senator Melanie Griffith. It's spelled, it's Melanie, Melony Griffith, not the actress. Not the actress. And that's Melody, I believe. Melanie. It's Melanie. Am I losing my mind? Probably, but it's Melanie Griffith. spelled differently. Not the same person. Okay, Senate Majority Leader, Senator Nancy King. This is Maryland. Speaker of the House, Delegate Adrian Jones. Speaker Pro Tem, House Speaker Pro Tem, Delegate Cherie Sample Hughes, Massachusetts. Senate President, Senator Karen Spilka. Senate Minority Leader, Senator Cynthia Stone Cream. House Speaker Pro Tem, Representative Kate Hogan. House Majority Leader, Representative Claire Cronin. Michigan, House Speaker Pro Tem, Representative Pam Hornberger. House Minority Leader, Donna Lisinski. Minnesota, Senate Minority Leader, Melissa Frenzen. Speaker of the House, Melissa Hortman. And in Minnesota never mind. Mississippi, none. Missouri, House Minority Floor Leader, Representative Crystal Quaid. Montana, Senate Minority Leader, Senator Jill Conner. House Majority Leader, Sue Vinton. House Minority Leader, Kim Abbott. Nebraska, none. Interestingly, we have never had a female
1
speaker
minute.
in Nebraska. Just an observation. I don't know if we've ever had a woman run for speaker in Nebraska. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, ladies. Okay, Nevada. Senate Majority Floor Leader, Nicole Canizaro. Assembly Majority Floor Leader, Assemblywoman Teresa Benitez Thompson. Assembly Minority Floor Leader, Assemblywoman Robin Titus. I want to go back to Nebraska. So in fairness to Nebraska, we only have the one position because we don't have two houses and we do not caucus by political party. So we don't have a majority and a minority leader. So just wanted that for the record. We do have women in
That's your
leadership.
time,
Thank you.
Senator. You're next in the queue, and that's your last time before your close.
Thank you, Mr. President. We do have women in leadership positions in the legislature. The chair of the Revenue Committee, Senator Linehan, and the chair of the Business and Labor Committee, or not Business and Labor, Banking Committee, Banking and Insurance, Senator Slama. The chair of Committee on Committees is Senator Albright. Senator Geist was the chair of Transportation, and actually prior to this year, she was also the chair of Performance Audit. Who else am I forgetting as chairs? Chair of the Planning Committee is my roommate, Senator DeBoer, who looks lovely as spring today. Am I forgetting any other committees? Tribal Relations Committee, thank you. Senator Day. Yeah, Nebraska. Just because we only have one leadership position that they count in NCSL, we're doing pretty good. Okay, New Hampshire has Senate President Pro Tem, Senator Sharon Carson. Also, colleagues, Senator Walls, last session was the chair of education. If I'm forgetting, I apologize. Okay, so New Hampshire, Senator Sharon Carson is a Senate President Pro Tem in New Hampshire. Senate Minority Leader is Senator Donna Saucy. House Speaker Pro Tem is Representative Kim Rice. In New Jersey, Senate President Pro Tem is Senator Teresa Reyes, and Senate Majority Leader is Senator Loretta Weinberg. New Mexico, Senate President Pro Tem, Senator Mimi Stewart. New York, Senate President and Majority Leader is Senator Andrea Stewart Cousins, and Assembly Majority Leader is Assemblywoman Crystal Peoples-Stokes. North Carolina has Senate Majority Leader Senator Kathy Harrington, House Majority Leader Representative Sarah Stevens. North Dakota has Senate Minority Leader Joan Heckman. Ohio, House Minority Leader Representative Amelia Sykes. Oklahoma is the place. Senate Minority Leader Senator Kay Floyd, and House Minority Leader Representative Emily Virgin. Oregon, House Speaker of the House Representative Tina Kotek. House Majority Leader Representative Barbara Smith Warner. House Minority Leader Representative Vicky Breezy Iverson. Pennsylvania. I don't know why I think Pennsylvania is just a fun word to say. Pennsylvania Senate Minority Leader Senator Kim Ward. Pennsylvania House Minority Leader Representative Joanna McClinton. Rhode Island, none. South Carolina, none. South Dakota, none. What's your excuse, you three states? You don't have just one leadership position. All right. Tennessee, House Minority Leader, Rep. Karen Camper. Texas, Senate President Pro Tem.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Donna Campbell. Utah, Senate Minority Leader, Senator Karen Mine. Vermont, Senate President Pro Tem, Senator Becca Ballant. Senate Majority Leader, Senator Allison Clarkson. House Speaker of the House, Representative Jill Krowinski. House Majority Leader, Representative Emily Long. House Minority Leader, Representative Patricia McCoy. Virginia, Senate President Pro Tem, Senator Louise Lucas. House Speaker of the House, Delegate Eileen Filler-Corn. House Majority Leader, Delegate Charneil Herring.
That's your time, Senator. Senator Halloran has guests in the north balcony, fourth graders from Axtell Elementary in Axtell, Nebraska. Please stand and be recognized by your Nebraska Legislature. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to close on AM 1269.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay. Where was I? Virginia. I did Virginia. Washington. I'm going to get through this whole list on this one amendment. Great. Washington's Senator Pro Tem is Senator Karen Kaiser. Speaker of the House is Representative Lori Jenkins. West Virginia to the legislature. And they have 2 women in leadership positions. Those other states, get with it. Get with the program. Okay. Senate President Pro Tem, Senator Donna Boley. House Majority Leader, Delegate Amy Summers. Wisconsin, Senate Minority Leader, Senator Janet Booley. Assembly Minority Leader, Representative Greta Neubauer. Wyoming, House Minority Floor Leader, Representative Kathy Conley. District of Columbia, none. American Samoa, none. Guam, Speaker of the Unicameral. That's right, Guam has a unicameral. Speaker Teresa Tarlej. Vice Speaker of the Legislature, Vice Speaker Tina Mona Barnes. Majority Leader, Senator Talina Cruz Nelson. Minority Leader, Senator Telo T. Tateg. Northern Mariana Islands, none. Puerto Rico, Senate Vice President is Senator Mariel Gonzalez. And U.S. Virgin Islands, to round it all out, President of the Senate, Senator Donna Fret Gregory. What? Way to go, Senator Fret Gregory. Okay. Total number of women in legislative leadership, 92. Total women in leadership in House chambers, 47. Total women in leadership in Senate chambers, including unicameral legislatures, 45. Total Democrats, 67. Total Republicans, 23. Total third party or other, 2. So there we go. Women's caucuses, commissions, and committees. Yes. Huh. Oh, this is interesting. This is an interesting listing because it has the state, it has the group like Alabama's Women's Commission. And then it has social media and other notes. Interesting that it has social media. I guess so you can go and look up the various caucuses and commissions. How much time do I have left, Mr. President?
1 minute, 43 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, so I was just going to see what we have listed for our own state. I'm just going to jump on down to it. League of Women Voters of Nebraska has their bylaws, their Facebook, and their Twitter. Okay, League of Women Voters Nebraska is a nonpartisan political organization that works to educate citizens on issues as well as, I don't know, what else? Got cut off. Okay.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's see here. They've got a little video with the Nebraska Legislature's upcoming second round of debate on 6266, set for Thursday, April 27th. We encourage you to watch an interview. Okay. Good resource. I use the League of Women Voters Guide for voting. Like, I use it myself for voting. I like to consider myself an informed voter most of the time, but sometimes there's just things on the ballot, like actual items, not even people, actual items on the ballot. I'm like, oh, I didn't know we were voting on this. And so having the League of Women Voters Guide is very helpful. You can get a sample ballot so that you can look at what questions you're going to be answering if you go and vote in person. I like to vote in person. I like to get my little I voted sticker. But
That's your time,
thank
Senator.
you. Is that my last time? Okay, call the House.
There has been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House be placed under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
8 ayes, 5 nays, place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senator Ibach has guests in the north balcony, fourth graders from Pershing Grade School in Lexington, Nebraska. Please stand and be recognized by your Nebraska legislature. All unexcused senators are now present. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 1269. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
No ayes, 38 nays, Mr. President, on adoption of AM 1269.
The amendment is not adopted. Raise the call. Mr. Clerk for items.
Mr. President, items quickly. Your Committee on Judiciary, chaired by Senator Wayne, reports Legislative Bill 50 to general file with committee amendments. Additionally, concerning LB 815, the pending matter, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh would move to amend with AM 1270.
Senator Kavanaugh, you're recognized to open on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I really feel good about this one. I think this is the one that's going to get attached. I'm still not going to vote for it, but I still feel good about it. Okay, I have to say, because this is bringing me so much joy right now, Senator Hunt gave me a pin. It is bringing me so much joy. So I'm going to share it. You can't spell salad without SAD. Sad. Thank you, Senator Hunt. I feel heard because I talk about salad so much, and it has brought me like an enormous amount of joy this morning. So thank you. I personally enjoy a good salad. I don't get to have a good salad very often. Yesterday, I was having a bag salad. The salad I had yesterday was actually one of the best bag salads I've had. And I got it from Trader Joe's, and I've never had it before. So I'm probably going to get it again. And it it was, what? It was loud? It was loud, yeah. Well, it's a bag, and you got to mix everything up in the bag. If anyone has ever had a meeting with me over lunch on Zoom or in person, I am probably mixing a salad in a bag because I pretty much eat a bag salad every day for lunch. But so this particular loud bag salad, I should get like a big Tupperware bowl or something to shake them in. But this loud bag salad was probably so good because it probably wasn't very healthy because it had like shaved Parmesan, which was delicious. And it was like a pesto vinaigrette. Yeah, so it was packed with calories. It was delicious though. Probably because it was like heavy with pesto, heavy with vinaigrette, oil, and cheese, and it had walnuts in it too. So thank you for reminding me of my happy salad. It made me really happy. Probably made you sad to watch. But yes, I do enjoy a bag salad. I actually am hoping that I have one left up in my office for today's lunch because I didn't think to bring something today. So hopefully I've got another delicious, delectable, loud bag salad. I was walking down the hallway yesterday, going to my favorite ice machine that I talk about regularly in the vending machine room, but I was carrying, and I don't know, absent professor type thing yesterday. I left my bag on the floor. I was carrying a laptop. I didn't need the laptop. I don't know why I had the laptop. I was carrying a laptop. I was carrying a can of cold brew and my bag salad. And I had so many people stop me. Like, I guess I looked like I was about to drop things, asking if they could help me. And I was like, I mean, it's not heavy. It's just a bag of salad. It's just a bag of salad. It looks awkward sitting on top of my laptop, but it's just a bag of salad. It's just lettuce. Little did they know the delectableness that was inside of it with that pesto vinaigrette and the shaved Parmesan cheese. I don't know what the name of the salad was, but I know I got it from Trader Joe's. because I went to Trader Joe's, I don't know, a week ago or so, and I don't go there very often. I go there for very specific things. Specifically, I go there for their grape leaves, the dolmas, because my oldest kid loves them. So that's a treat that I get for them. But I was going for that and a few other specific Trader Joe's items. Turkey sausage, the turkey summer sausage, I get that for my husband. He really likes that. So whenever I go to Trader Joe's, I always have to get that. And interestingly, they always are almost out. Like I always buy like the last one, or if there's two, I'll buy both of them. Cause they're always like, maybe it's a gimmick. Like they want you to buy the last two and then they put out two more. Like every time somebody takes them, then they put two more out. Anywho, I had never bought bag salads at Trader Joe's. I didn't actually know that they had the bag salad things. I know that they have bags of salad mix, but I didn't know that they had like a specific bag salad kit. So I bought a couple of those. I'm really all of this is to say, clearly I'm hungry. I'm really hoping that I have another delicious bag salad waiting for me upstairs. My office is in the tower of the Capitol. So when I say upstairs, it's the tower. And sometimes when we do call the house and we're waiting for a while, for people watching at home listening to the hold music, many of us have offices in the tower. There are only 4 elevators. Well, I guess there's a 5th elevator, but it's like the accessible elevator for these 2 floors. But the 4 elevators and multiple of those go to the 14th floor. So when we have all these school kids coming in here visiting the Capitol, the elevators during the day are kind of crammed full of kids trying to get up to the gallery on the top of the Capitol. And so, and then sometimes different elevators just don't work. So when you're watching at home and you're watching us sit here during a call of the house, someone may be just legitimately waiting for an elevator. Because I feel like anytime I leave this room, the chamber, most of my time is spent waiting for an elevator. And then the elevators are tiny. So, an elevator crammed with school kids, you can't fit on it, so you gotta wait for the next one. But my first year, when I had my son here with me, and he was a couple months old, and I didn't have him with me all the time. I had him here like when there were going to be snowstorms because I was breastfeeding, and by my 3rd kid, I had long given up pumping. I was like, that is for the birds. I am not doing that. So then when I came to the legislature, I did have to start pumping again because my son would not take formula, just wouldn't do it. So I started pumping again. But because I hadn't been pumping for the first several months, I didn't have an exorbitant supply of milk. And so so I couldn't be away overnight from him. So if I was going to be here during a snowstorm, he would have to come with me. And some people were like, oh my gosh, that's so great. You get to have your baby with you. And to all working parents out there, you know how much fun it is and productive to have your child at work with you. You get so much more done when you've got a little kid that needs you entirely to stay alive. It's super easy to get work done then. So anyways, I would bring him with me. All of this is to say the stroller didn't really fit in the elevator. I had to collapse it down to get it in and out of the elevator. And I would bring him onto the floor in the stroller because I actually sat where Senator Day is, and I would have the stroller there like on the side, and I would just rock it back and forth to get him to go to sleep. So yeah. AM 1270. That is what I am on. Am I still on my opening? Yes. How much time do I have left?
Yes, and you have 1:30.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, I had not actually looked up what AM 1270 did, so I apologize. I normally am better about getting on the mic. Oh, okay, AM 1270. strikes original section 3. Well, what does that do? Maybe
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Maybe we want to strike original section 3. Strike. Nope. Advance to ENR. Motion to reconsider. Where is the underlying bill that we moved? I apparently filed a lot of motions. Placed on general file. No, I didn't file any motions. I filed amendments. Okay, AM. Nope, that's not it either. Okay, introduced copy maybe. Maybe there were no amendments adopted. Section 3. Section 3, since an emergency exists, this act takes effect when passed and approved according to law. Don't vote for this. Don't vote for AM 1270. It strikes the emergency clause, which
That's your
would.
time, Senator.
Thank you.
And you're next in the queue.
Thank you. Yeah. So striking the emergency clause, since an emergency exists, if we were to strike it, I mean, I guess vote for it. If we were to strike it, I think we wouldn't get paid for a couple of months until it took effect. And whenever that is it like 90 days after session or something like that? So probably not a great idea to vote for AM 1270. But again, you do you, if that's how you want to roll. I would remind you that today is Administrative Professionals Day in Administrative Professionals Week. So it would be kind of unkind to create that level of administrative upheaval if you voted for this amendment. So just, but do if you want to. Totally vote for it if you want to vote for it. I don't think it's going to get 25 votes. So if you feel strongly, go for it. Okay, so I have 2 more amendments pending here after this. And we start at 9:15, so we go to 12 o'clock, and that will be just shy of 3 hours. So we'll come back and it's 4 hours on this. So we'll have an hour and 15-ish minutes when we return from lunch. I have 2 motions pending. That should probably take us through on this bill, I think. We'll see. What I'm trying to do is, because I had already filed these motions, I'm attempting to not overfile today. Sometimes I am over prepared. So I file things proactively that I don't need to. Like yesterday, you might have seen when we were going through things on every single thing there, I had a note, the clerk said, I have a note that Senator Kavanaugh wishes to withdraw. And the lieutenant governor said, so ordered. And they kept doing that back and forth over and over again because I was over prepared. So, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, just, So today I am trying to see if I can do exactly the motions that I have put up and not fewer. Like maybe I did exactly the amount that I needed to do this. So I'm on my first time on this talking on this motion, and then I have my second time and my close. So I have 10 more minutes after this to talk on this specific motion, and then I have 2 more motions, which are 25 minutes each. So 50 minutes plus 10 minutes. So that's an hour, but I have an hour and 25-ish minutes left on this. So that does mean I'm going to need 1 more thing. And that will, unless other people talk, which is possible, also the calls of the House or just voting. So, I think the machine voting is a little bit faster. I could switch to roll call votes, but that's such a slog for everybody. So gonna try and avoid doing that. But yeah, so
1 minute.
we'll see. We'll see if I can get through, if we get through AM 1272 and 1271, and then we just go to cloture on this. That will be some real perfect math and timing, which my staff, thank you for. Anytime I have an AM up there, that is definitely my staff has done the work. If I've handwritten something, they've probably also still done the work, but I've handwritten it. So, but if it's an AM, my staff, drafters, clerks, like a bunch of people have done work to make that AM happen, no matter what the AM is, even if it's going to cause a kerfuffle and all of us getting paid. That took the effort of my staff, the clerk's office, and
That's
the
your
draft.
time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Van Gilleren has some guests in the north balcony. 85 fourth graders from West Dodge Station Elementary in Elkhorn. Please stand and be recognized by your Nebraska Legislature. Senator Hunt, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is wonderful to see so many kids in the building today. That's one of my favorite parts about this job, is getting to talk to so many students and see so many young people and try to make sure that they understand that all of this is for you, and there's nobody here in the legislature or anybody who's elected in the entire country or in your city or in your state who is above you. And our job here is to serve you and try to make this state a better place for you as you live and grow. So I'm happy you're here. Today, we're in some crunch time here. We're getting toward the last days of session. It's the 68th day. And I have some very earnest and heartfelt things that I want to say in the coming days. And I'm even thinking about talking to some of you, which is physically painful for me personally. But it's really time for reasonable Republicans in this state to stand up against some of these policies, stand up for the health and well-being of all Nebraskans, against these bills that are discriminatory and counterproductive. They're undermining the state's ability to attract and retain talent, and they're encouraging harassment of Nebraskans, of our neighbors, of our kids, of our citizens, and of your colleagues. Today, I was hand-delivered a packet from Frank Daly, who's the executive director at the Accountability and Disclosure Commission, because I'm being formally investigated because of a complaint that I have a conflict of interest on LB 574 because I have a trans child. So the argument, made by this complainant is that, I haven't even read this all yet, I just received it, but arguing that I have a potential conflict with respect to LB 574 because of my minor child. This, colleagues, is not serious. This is harassment. This is using the legal system that we have in our state to stop corruption, to increase transparency, to hold government accountable, and using it to harass a member of the legislature who you all know is trying to do the right thing, is trying to parent her child in a way that keeps that child alive, in a way that keeps that child successful in school and with friends and healthy, and in a way that potentially that child would have a future in this state as well. Potentially in a way that that child would say, I saw the work that my mom did for 8 years in the legislature. I've seen the work my mom has done as an entrepreneur and a leader in her neighborhood and community, and I'm proud to live in Nebraska. But because of the actions of this legislature, I could call out every one of you I'm talking about, but you know who you are, and when I call you out, it hurts your feelings. And things are so fragile and so, on the edge of everything that I cannot do that. But this is harassment because of a freshman senator who was appointed, who's got it in her head that she's got to get her way on this one thing, and none of you have the courage to peel off of that. The complaint reads, and I'm distributing this to all of you so that you can look at this complaint and see what you hath wrought. It says on January 17th, 2023, LB 574 was introduced in the unicameral and filed with the clerk of the legislature.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I will talk about this for the rest of the day. If enacted into law, LB 574 would prohibit any minor child from obtaining gender-altering medical services in Nebraska from a licensed healthcare practitioner. I would take issue with that language, first of all. On March 22nd, 2023, Senator Megan Hunt stated on the floor of the unicameral that her minor child, who was born female, was transitioning genders. In order to fully transition, Senator Hunt's child would need medical services. I also did not say that. This is this person projecting in the form of harassment to one of your colleagues. The medical services, according to Senator Hunt, would cost $7,000 per month if there was no health insurance coverage. On March 22nd, 2023, on the floor of the unicameral, Senator Hunt said that her minor child's health insurance was provided by Medicaid, which is administered by the Nebraska Department.
That's your time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Mr. President, notice committee hearings from the Business and Labor Committee. Notice that the Transportation Telecommunications Committee will hold an executive session today at 12:45 in room 1510. And priority motion, Senator Conrad moved to recess the body until 1:00 p.m.
Senators, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. We are in recess until 1.
Attention senators, the legislature is scheduled to reconvene in 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the George W. Norris Legislative Chamber. The afternoon session is about to reconvene. Senators, please record your presence. Roll call. Mr. Clerk, please record.
There's a quorum present, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll proceed to the first item. Well, do you have any items for the record?
None at this time, Mr. President.
We'll proceed to the first item on this afternoon's agenda. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, select file legislative bill 815 when the legislature left prior to the recess. Pending was an amendment from Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, AM 1270.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is this my second time? Yep, it is. I can see.
This is your last time before your close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, so the bill that we are on, 815, is our salaries. Legislative pay. We're the legislators. Okay. So this is an article from December 16th, 2022, Flatwater Free Press by Sarah Gensler. The cost of low pay. The $12,000 salary is warping the Nebraska legislature. And there is a picture of Senator DeBoer, and it is freshman Chad Brown and Nebraska State Senator Wendy DeBoer of Omaha talk before Hebrew Bible class taught by DeBoer Wednesday, December 14th at Hastings College. Photo by Laura Behem from Flatwater Free Press. Okay, third-party ads that targeted State Senator Tony Vargas during his recent run for U.S. Congress featured incredulous voices baffled over a seemingly selfish move. He wanted to double his own salary with taxpayer money. I'm using the incredulous voice. Wait, is that incredulous? He wanted to double his own salary with taxpayer money. Is that incredulous? It's ballpark. Okay. What the ads didn't say. Nebraska's 49 lawmakers have been paid $12,000 a year since George H.W. Bush, or Herbert Walker Bush, was first elected president. Leg warmers were in vogue, and Rick Ainsley's, oh my God, what? Rick Ainsley's Never Gonna Give You Up blasted unironically from boomboxes. I'm looking around because I am really hoping that this Rick Ainsley reference, Ainsley? Help me. Astley? Why am I saying Ainsley? Those aren't even the letters. Astley. Oh, okay. I'm hoping that the Rick Astley, thank you, the Rick Astley reference of Never Gonna Give You Up will spur a rendition from Senator Wayne next time he's on the microphone. I don't believe he's sang it yet this year. If their pay had merely kept pace with inflation since voters approved the most recent raise in 1988, senators today would make more than $30,000. What? We would still have a very low income, but, groceries would be slightly easier. Some state politicians, including those paid far more as a Nebraska governor or U.S. senator, have argued over the decades that the $12,000 price is right. But low pay warps the composition of the Nebraska legislature. Other lawmakers and experts say, who can and can't serve in a body that annually decides how billions of taxpayer dollars are spent and writes laws that govern Nebraskans' lives? The average age is 57. I wonder what the median age is. The average age is 57. What's the median age? In the current Nebraska legislature, which will be in place through January 2023, most state senators are retired, semi-retired, or in a position to take significant time away from their primary jobs, according to current and former state senators and financial disclosure forms. So that median age of 57 was the last legislature. I'm curious what the median age is of this legislature. Okay. About half report owning property besides their home, farmland, rental properties, and second homes. Boosting pay could diversify Nebraska legislature and result in state lawmakers more politically like the people they represent, say experts and studies of state houses across the country. But in Nebraska, that pay raise requires a vote of the people to change the state constitution. For 34 years, it's proved an impossible sell. Okay, Nebraska State Senator Wendy DeBoer of Omaha talks about finals with student in her Hebrew
That's your
Bible
time,
class. Thank
Senator.
you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Hunt, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. As part of a broader discussion about collegiality in this body, I wanted to share the text on the record of this complaint that's been filed against me and share that I'm under formal investigation in Nebraska now for conflict of interest because of LB 574, the bill to ban trans health care. I received this letter today hand-delivered from Frank Daly, who's the Executive Director of the Accountability and Disclosure Commission. And the letter he brought states, enclosed is a copy of a complaint filed against you and related documents. I'm hand-delivering them to your office. If you have questions, you are welcome to contact our general counsel. So I'll read the complaint, and I'll read the letter from the general counsel of the Accountability and Disclosure Commission. The complaint is from someone many of you know named David Begley in Nebraska. I even heard some groans in the crowd. Okay, guys. In the Nebraska Accountability and Disclosure Commission, in regard to Senator Megan Hunt, respondent, comes now David D. Begley, petitioner, and for his complaint against Senator Megan Hunt, states and alleges as follows. I am a Nebraska attorney, resident, citizen, and voter. On January 17th, 2023, LB 574 was introduced in the unicameral and filed with the clerk of the legislature. If enacted into law, LB 574, the Let Them Grow Act, would prohibit any minor child from obtaining gender-altering medical services in Nebraska from a licensed healthcare practitioner. On March 22nd, 2023, Senator Megan Hunt stated on the floor of the unicameral that her minor child, who was born female, was transitioning genders. In order to fully transition, Senator Hunt's child would need medical services. That's editorializing, by the way. I did not say that. The medical services, according to Senator Hunt, would cost $7,000 per month if there was no health care insurance coverage. On March 22nd, 2023, on the floor of the unicameral, Senator Hunt said that her minor child's health insurance was provided by Medicaid, which is administered by the Nebraska Department of Health and Human Services. Furthermore, that her minor child's application for gender transition medical services had been rejected 4 times. Senator Hunt's minor child is a member of her immediate family, as defined in Nebraska Revised Statutes 49-1425. At all times relevant herein, Senator Hunt had a potential conflict with respect to LB 574. On March 23, 2023, Senator Hunt debated and voted no on LB 574. At no time prior to March 23, 2023, prior to that vote, did Senator Hunt deliver and file with the Speaker of the Legislature or the Commission the written statement required by Nebraska Revised Statutes 49-1499A and B. That's conflict of interest. Currently, 25 states and the District of Columbia extend Medicaid coverage for sex change or gender transition medical services. And he's citing Medicaid coverage for gender-affirming care from the UCLA School of Law, the Williams Institute 2022. Nebraska does not extend Medicaid coverage for sex changes. Point 11, in my legal opinion, and per the case and statutory citations set out in the study prepared by the Williams Institute, Senator Hunt and her minor child have slightly, thank you, Mr. President. Senator Hunt and her minor child have a slightly more than average chance of obtaining Nebraska Medicaid coverage for the child's gender transition medical services via a lawsuit if LB 574 does not become law. If LB 574 does not become law, then Senator Hunt's immediate family member could receive a financial benefit with Medicaid paying for the medical services necessary to transition genders. Senator Hunt has the burden of proving that she is accepted from the provisions of our conflict of interest statute because LB 574 would apply to, quote, a broad segment of the public. Wherefore, the petitioner prays that the commission impose such penalty on the respondent as allowed by law. And that's sent in by David D. Begley, who is a well-known attorney in Omaha. And I'll continue speaking about this on my next time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I think it's a good opportunity to talk about the unique nature of this important and unique institution in regards to the legislator's salary bill, which, again, to be clear, we're passing a constitutionally required measure to take care of the appropriations for our salaries as established in the Nebraska Constitution that cannot be amended or changed without a vote of the people. So just wanted to be really clear about that piece. We have similar measures, I think every biennial, if not every year. I'll have to go back and double check for other constitutional officers as well. And you'll see that measure right after the legislator's pay bill on our agenda today. But one thing that I want to bring up in addition to the dollars and cents that Senator Kavanaugh has been talking about in regards to this measure and kind of contextualizing where we stand in comparison to our sister states, I was really struck by the comments that Senator Hunt started to share with us before the lunch break and then picked up again and shared some additional information with us this afternoon about how her and her family has been unfairly targeted and attacked due to her work in this body. And not to get too misty-eyed about years and days gone by, but one of the reasons that I returned to public life was because I believe in this institution, and I believe that it's important that we have strong voices to protect it. And I remember in my former term of service when there were some partisan mailings that went out attacking my friend Senator Lathrop. This was back in 2008 about his work to address some issues related to immigration. And it was a small set of, I think, door hangers maybe that went out in his neighborhood. And once the legislature got wind of that, let me tell you who spoke up in support of Senator Lathrop that day. Senator Brad Ashford, Senator Tom Carlson, Senator Lowen Cruz, Senator Ernie Chambers, Senator Greg Adams, Senator Cap Dirks, Senator Annette Dubas, Senator Dwight Peterson, Senator Pat Engel, Senator Ray Aguilar, Senator John Harms, Senator Joel Johnson, Senator Don Priester, Senator Diana Shimmick, Senator Scott Lautenbach, and Senator Vicki McDonald. These were senators that I had a chance to know, learn from, and serve with, who hail from all across our state and all different points on the political spectrum. And they stepped forward to protect a colleague and the institution that were under attack by partisan political interests. And they spoke clearly and eloquently and without hesitation. So here we find ourselves with a member and her family again under attack for her work in this body. And I'm hopeful that we'll see a chorus of voices from colleagues today step forward and denounce these frivolous and hateful attacks. My friend, Senator Wayne, brought forward similar points earlier this session when he asked those, even if they have a different political viewpoint, to denounce hateful attacks against members and their families. Of course, we all recognize and understand that people have a free speech right to be as hateful as they want to be in their speech. But we have a free speech right and an obligation to meet hateful speech with more speech and to set a tone as leaders in this state to say this will not be tolerated. It is divisive. It distracts us from the issues that are at hand. And let's debate the issues. Let's have robust debates and disagreements about all of the issues pending before the Nebraska Legislature. But let's come together and draw a hard line when it comes to not only to attacking members. We all sign up for that. We're all clear-eyed about those pitfalls in human life.
That's your time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator DeBoer, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. When Senator Conrad was speaking just now, it triggered in me that, of course, I should stand up. Because what's happening here is someone has said that because our colleague has a tenuous connection to a bill, that she somehow has to file a conflict of interest. So I wanted to get up and tell you all the things that I have tenuous connections to. That income tax bill we did the other day, I voted on that, and I'm not yet in that higher tax bracket, but if we lower that middle tax bracket, that could affect me. So I guess I failed to disclose that. Property taxes, I own property. We've done things on property taxes in here. I'm sorry to everyone, I failed to disclose that because I could have gained a financial, I did. In fact, I filled out my taxes and got a nice return because of the 1107 tax credit. My brother teaches at a private school. I didn't vote for Senator Linehan's scholarship tax credit bill, but that could potentially affect my family. I did not announce that as a conflict of interest. I know there are people in here who have agricultural interests. They don't announce that they have a conflict when we do bills on that. My family has some land, but we don't farm it professionally, so I don't know if that would count. But there are any number of bills in here involving tax credits, tax exemptions, property taxes, things like that that I could be affected by. So I just wanted to stand up and say that if we're all saying all the things that we're tangentially involved in that could potentially maybe lead us by action or inaction to gain financially, then we probably all better be up here standing up telling about our conflicts of interest all the time. But isn't that the idea of this place? Isn't the idea of the unicameral that we are citizen legislators? We've been hearing all day about how little pay we get. And the idea is, I've always been told about why we get so little pay is so that we're still involved in our communities is the idea. I don't know how we do that when we're down here all the time, but the idea is that we still go out and we're involved in our communities. And if that's the case, if we're supposed to be involved in things, if we're supposed to have knowledge based on our real world experiences, it seems a little strange to me that we would then file complaints against people for having real world experiences that inform their decision making in here. There's any number of things upon which I have real world experience that I have voted on. And I will continue to vote on. So I guess this is my announcement that every time we have a tax bill, I'm a taxpayer, so I may be involved, that every time we have a bill that involves families, well, I have a family, so I may be involved. Every time we have a bill on basically anything in here, I'm involved because I care about my state. I care about the people in my state, and I'm involved with them, just like Senator Hunt is.
1 minute.
So if Senator Hunt is going to get a conflict or a NADC file against her, then I should too. And I think this is a very strange thing that has happened. So I stand up for Senator Hunt, for being a citizen legislator, for having real world experience with the bills that are coming before us. And I think we all have those experiences. And I think if we think there's something wrong here, then there's something wrong with each and every one of us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator DeBoer. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to echo the comments of Senator Conrad and Senator DeBoer. And this is kind of a apt bill to have this conversation on, because we're talking about legislative pay, and Senator Hunt, you don't get paid enough to deal with this sort of stuff. And I hope you all take a chance to look at what Senator Hunt circulated. This is a deliberate and clear attempt to intimidate and harass, and to have a chilling effect on the responsibilities and actions of senators in this body. Because, as Senator DeBoer just correctly pointed out, we all take votes all the time that have some sort of connection to our lives, because we're Nebraskans, and everything that the state of Nebraska does has some effect on Nebraskans. But the bigger issue here is that we're engaged in a broader conversation about issues that matter a great deal to some people, and we have people all over the place who are taking deliberate action to intimidate members of the legislature and to intimidate other members by bringing in known hate groups to protest on the steps of the legislature. I saw myself, when this bill was up for a hearing, that this individual that filed this complaint was here and taking pictures of children. And when he was doing that, this was at a press conference with cameras everywhere, so it was not to make a record of it. He was doing that in a deliberate attempt to intimidate these children from expressing their opinions about what matters to them, trying to create fear, a climate of fear, trying to shame or cajole people into his type of thinking. And this is one further step in that same overall tactic, to not have a conversation about the merits of an idea, to not have a conversation about what matters to Nebraskans, but to try to use the levers of power and position to intimidate and scare people. So that's what this is. It's a bald attempt to frighten Senator Hunt. And I know that she is up to the task, because she's demonstrated it every day here, and that she will continue to stand up for what's right, despite this attempt to intimidate her. But I would ask, and join with Senator Conrad's comments, that our other colleagues stand in support, whether you agree with the issue at debate or not. This is about whether or not it's okay for someone to come along and attempt to intimidate one of the members of this body. And today it's Senator Hunt, but tomorrow it could be anyone else. And if that is the path we go down, and people start changing their votes because they're afraid that someone is going to file a frivolous complaint against them, then I don't know what we do here. So, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Dungan, you're next in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I rise in favor of LB 815, but I also want to join in talking a little bit about this complaint that was brought against Senator Hunt, and the fact that she's now under this formal investigation, frankly, is preposterous. I think that a lot's been said already about the bravery that certain people in here show. And, one of the things that stood out to me in particular about this entire conversation regarding whether or not there is personal gain that she's getting from this, Senator Hunt never had to share her personal story. And she never had to talk about her family. And in fact, the very first time it came up on the floor, if those who are paying attention remember, she actually expressed a fact that she didn't want to originally. And we've talked a lot in this body about whether or not, anecdotes are helpful or anecdotes are things that we should bring into the legislature. But the reason that I believe she did it is to illuminate not just the actual problems with LB 574, but to make sure that a number of people in this body knew that it affected somebody who was close to them. And the fact that that's now being weaponized, and the fact that that bravery and that honesty is being used not just against her, but to threaten everybody in this body to say this could happen to you, I think is something we should all be very fearful about. And I think that my colleagues have expressed that appropriately thus far. Another thing that I think is worth noting about this is they actually do in this complaint cite a specific statute. And it's a statute that when you become a member of the legislature, they train you on in your orientation to talk about when you do or don't have to file these conflicts. And it specifically says in relevant part that a member of the legislature who would be required to take any action or make any decision in the discharge of his or her official duties that may cause financial benefit or detriment to him or her, a member of his or her immediate family, or a business with which he or she is associated, which is distinguishable from the effects of such action on the public generally or a broad segment of the public, shall take the following actions. The idea that Senator Hunt is benefiting in any way, shape, or form specifically from the conversation around 574 ignores the very crux of the argument that this doesn't just affect her. It affects a large segment of the population. I have sat and talked to families. I have sat and talked to the children that we are talking about 574 affecting. We're not talking about one or two people in the state. We're not talking about a handful of folks who maybe are going to be affected by what has been discussed this entire session. We're talking about a large segment of the population. We're talking about children who want to stay in Nebraska. We're talking about families who are afraid and are being told that something is wrong with their children. And we're talking about a large group of people who's affected by this legislation. And I think Senator DeBoer pointed out really, really well that there's a number of things that we all somewhat benefit from when we vote on these legislations. But the reason that we're not in violation of 49-1499 is because it doesn't just affect us. And it doesn't just affect our members of our family without actually affecting a broad segment of the public. And so the entire predicate of this complaint is that somehow 574 only affects the family of Senator Hunt. And I think that is offensive because it means that people aren't paying attention. It means that what we've been hearing here and what people have been talking about on this floor, people aren't listening because this is not just a couple of folks. It's a large, large group of people in Nebraska that are affected by this. And so I wanted to make sure that I touched on that point. I think it is on its face a ridiculous complaint. I'm not surprised, given how it's written. But at the end of the day, thank you, Mr. President. I want to rise in support of Senator Hunt and my colleagues who have said this is a dangerous precedent to set. And that if we start doing this and if we start seeing this here in our body, it's going to intimidate, it's going to threaten members to feel like they can't vote on things that affect more than a few people in the population. And I think that's a dangerous road to walk down. And so I would urge my colleagues to stand up and maybe make a comment about this or let us know what you think about this, because I do think this is an important thing. People are obviously open to bring complaints if they want, but that doesn't mean we can't respond. And I think that we should all have a strong response against this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Duncan. Senator Frederickson, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, Nebraskans. I rise, of course, in support of LB 815, probably not in support of AM 1270. But I also wanted just to I was listening to what Senator Conrad was saying earlier, and I wanted to rise and also stand in solidarity with Senator Hunt here. And I hope that folks take the opportunity to actually read through the letter from Frank Daly and the complaint that is out there against Senator Hunt. And I've kind of hinted at this in different speeches I've given this session, but one thing that I personally kind of sometimes find it's easy to forget that what we do in here really has an impact on our state and on specifically the culture of our state. And I imagine if you don't fully grasp that, it might be because you've had the privilege of not having to fully grasp that. You know, Senator Hunt and I have had multiple conversations about the impact of some of the bills that have been introduced this session on our families. And, you know, whether it's hateful emails we received or, you know, in one case I had a photo posted of me holding my son online and inferring, well, I'm not even going to say what was inferred, but really not great. Or now, in this case, an actual investigation into Senator Hunt's family. And, you know, I've heard colleagues complain about mean emails they've gotten, or, you know, I kind of want to say, folks, if you're worried about a mean email, I invite you to look at my inbox any day. I think it might make you feel a little bit better about yours, perhaps. But I stand in strong solidarity with Senator Hunt. She's a friend. She's an incredible colleague. And she makes me incredibly proud to be a member of the LGBTQ community. So thank you, Senator Hunt, for all you do. I appreciate you. And I also strongly condemn what we've seen here from this pending investigation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Frederickson. Senator Brandt, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. The people of this state elected 49 good people to represent you to the best of their ability. I would echo Senator DeBoer on conflicts. Yesterday, we discussed ethanol. I'm a corn grower. I'm a taxpayer. I pay all manner of taxes in this state. This complaint, and let me make this very clear, ever since I have been in this chamber, family is off limits. So I hope all the people watching out there get the message. You can come after me, but stay away from my family. I know people are upset about the filibuster. I get that all the time from my constituents. I tell them it is the senator's right under the rules. And who knows when I, as a rural senator, will need those rules. I will stand with Senators Hunt and Kavanaugh for their right to speak out. I do not endorse this offensive complaint. It is so far out of bounds that it does not merit discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Brandt. Senator Blood, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow senators, friends all, I too stand in full support of my peer, Senator Megan Hunt. And I have to say that I am not surprised at any of this. I am not surprised because we've become a state where our democracy has been hijacked, where if we can't harass somebody enough on social media, we try and make it personal. We don't care how ridiculous the charges are. We want to make it personal, and we want to make sure that we hurt that person in every way possible. Unfortunately, Senator Hunt is not the only victim when it comes to this type of behavior, but it is certainly a blatant example. Many of us signed on to a letter this year in support of Senator Slama when she had a personal issue with the individual. In full solidarity, we didn't care what her party was, we didn't care about past transgressions. All the women in this body signed that letter of support, regardless of how she treated us before or after, because that's the right thing to do. I would like to see more people stand up in support of Senator Hunt to show that this behavior is unacceptable, that these false reports are unacceptable. We aren't seeing any reports on the many people in here who have family members that are lobbyists. I'm not seeing conflict of interest statements on those. We're looking the other way on that stuff. And that is an issue that needs to be of concern. People are benefiting personally if their family member is an actual lobbyist. But what we know is that how society is now, we've empowered these disruptive voices. We've allowed people to come into our rotunda, because it is this people's second house. And we do little when we see our fellow senators being attacked. We pretend we don't see it and we keep on walking. I've seen that happen multiple times. We're scared to stand up against those that are attacking our peers because maybe they're from a different party, maybe they have a different ideology, maybe we just don't like them. But that takes away the spirit of the camaraderie we have always had in this body until recently. It is unacceptable to Senator Hunt. And I want to personally say, I am so sorry. It's just wrong. And it is unacceptable. And you deserve better, as does everybody in this body, if anything like this happens to them. We worked hard, many of us, not all of us, to get into these seats. We did it by knocking on doors and talking to our constituents and earning the right to be here and be their voice. And you in other districts may or may not like the senators that don't represent your district, but they're here to do a job for their constituents and do what they believe is for the greater good of all. We could, as Senator DeBoer said today, pretty much stand up on every single bill in this body and say how it somehow relates and benefits us. But as taxpayers, not that that big $12,000 a year gets a whole lot of taxes, we also have the right to benefit from the bills that we pass because we live in this state.
1 minute.
With that said, I want to remind especially our freshman senators that this is an opportunity for you to set the pace for the rest of your 4 years. Let Nebraskans know what you stand for and what you stand against. Because one day, it will likely be you or someone that you care for or someone that you respect. And if we allow this to happen and pretend that it's okay, we're opening that door to that opportunity for these people to be unnecessarily hateful, cruel, and to trample all over our democracy. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Senator Hunt, you're recognized to speak, and this is your third opportunity on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm a little humbled and I'm kind of embarrassed by that. So thank you very much for all of your kind words. I know that as Nebraskans, we really value our traditions and our beliefs, and we believe in limited government and individual liberty and personal responsibility and trusting our neighbors and our community members to make the decisions that are best for them. But we also believe in fairness and equal opportunity for everybody. And I'm here to tell you that the policies that are being prioritized by this legislature, let's just say LB 574, let's say one bill. This bill is causing the kind of brain drain and harassment, and it's not fair, and it's not helping our state. We all know that Nebraska is a wonderful place to live. We have great schools, we have great businesses, we have friendly people and a strong sense of community, but we're losing some of our best and brightest people because of the discriminatory policies that you are all supporting. It's frustrating because I don't want to hear all of you speak up in support of me. I don't want you to get in the queue. I don't want to hear you speak up for me. I want to see you vote in support of me. To the kids and families, it's not just kids, it's their brothers and cousins and aunts and uncles and grandparents and families and teachers and friends and all the people who care for the kids that are impacted by your discriminatory votes. It hurts them. It physically and mentally and emotionally hurts them. And when they're going through this pain, when they're deciding what their escape route is going to be from this state where they are not welcomed, and to welcome them costs you nothing. It doesn't take anything from your conservative bona fides. It doesn't take away anything from you and your beliefs at all, just to recognize the humanity of these people. None of those people care if you stood up and supported me or my son or any of the trans kids on this floor. They only care how you voted. Please don't say anything to me if you're going to vote for that bill. When you look at complaints like this that are designed to intimidate, designed to harass, could it be that the point isn't about financial benefit? The point isn't actually about conflict of interest or accountability or anything like that? The point isn't that I could gain financially if my kid has rights. The fuck? The point is the harassment. The harassment is the point. And we are seeing this all over the country. A friend of mine, Zoe Zephyr, who's the first transgender lawmaker in the state of Montana, she made a comment a week or two ago or something on the floor of the legislature, and they have their own rules. I don't know how it works in Montana, but she said verbatim, 95% sure this is verbatim, about how when they pass this bill blocking healthcare for trans people in Montana, the blood will be on lawmakers' hands. This is a phrase that has probably been said in this legislature before too, regarding different things relating to different issues. And because she said that, Representative Zephyr was not allowed to speak ever since. She has not been called on by the president. She gets in the queue just like we do. Her name comes up in the queue and she's not called on. And she sits there in her chair with her green light on to speak. And no one presiding in their legislature has called on her to speak. They have effectively silenced a member of their legislature. And you know what they're doing today? In the past days, there have been people filling up the galleries and filling up outside the steps of the Montana legislature in support of her, saying, "Let Zoe speak. Let's let her follow the same rules that all of us have to follow and let her speak." And today, the Montana legislature is taking a vote to expel her. This is the road we're going down, colleagues. Complaints against your colleagues. In other states, they're arresting parents of trans kids. In Montana, they're expelling a senator. You might not think this is a big deal, but this is what you're doing. Open your eyes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Arch, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to speak to those who are listening on cameras today and those outside this room, because there has been something that has really been bothering me over the last several months, and that is what I would call that a license has been granted to those outside of this body based upon passion. In other words, if I feel strongly enough about some topic, I can pretty much do and say whatever it is that I want to do or say, as long as my passion is strong enough. And that's not right. That's inappropriate. The ends do not always justify the means. And that can be weaponizing of social media. That can be, I say, we've all received them, hateful emails. I don't just disagree with your vote. I mean, like, I won't even repeat some of the things that we have all received when we don't vote a particular way. That is wrong. That is just wrong. We have strived very hard this session. There has been much conflict. But we have strived very hard to protect this institution. an outside influence, and I don't mean somebody that wants to make sure they understand their perspective, wants to make sure we understand their perspective on policy, but I mean the outside influence that has the name calling and the vitriol and the hateful speech doesn't help us protect this institution. And then, especially when it comes to attacks against families, they don't get elected. They're not down here. We sign up for taking the hits. They don't. And it is very difficult on families. And I want people outside this body to understand that we aren't some politician as though we don't have families and we don't have lives and we don't have our own personal issues that we wrestle with on a daily basis. We are striving to protect this institution so that we can hand it off to the generations to come. It does not promote civility in the room. Do not weaponize. Measure your words carefully. Be civil. Express your positions on policy. We want to know that. But just because you can doesn't mean you should. And we have said that over and over and over again in this body. So there's a lot of weapons out there. And I don't mean literally, but I mean there's a lot of opportunity to cause all of us a lot of grief. Measure very carefully. You're not helping the institution if you use that lightly. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Speaker Arch. Senator Raybould, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank Speaker Arch for his words. It is a challenge in this institution to be mindful of the deep responsibility that each and every one of us have to make sure that we represent our constituents, that we represent our state, and that we follow the laws, rules, and regulations that guide and direct us. It's really hard on some of the issues that we've been tasked to deal with, particularly on some of our colleagues that it tremendously impacts, like Senator Hunt. You know, today I spoke at the Lincoln Chamber of Commerce along with Senator Dungan on a lot of issues that are impacting the legislature. And one CEO of a large organization asked me and asked Senator Dungan, are your colleagues not aware of some of the legislation they are pushing forward and how harmful it can be to our state of Nebraska in our ability to attract new companies, workforce, to retain our valuable professionals and organizations and companies by some of the things that you're taking up and discussing? They were concerned that we are not aware that for every great tax cut that we give corporations, or reducing individual tax cuts, or doing transformative things like Governor Pillen is doing, when it comes to shifting the costs back to the state for funding public education that is so valuable and important to each and every one of us, they feel like what the legislature is doing is hurtful and hateful. Senator Dungan, to his credit, was far more diplomatic than I could ever possibly be. He said, I believe in my colleagues. They're working so hard to build relationships with each other so that we can craft great policy that impacts the majority of Nebraskans and work hard in doing so. I was not so optimistic. I said, some of the divisiveness that is going on is spilling out into our state, where people feel that they have a license to be hurtful and hateful to those that might not look like them, that have that little bit of diversity and difference. And that's really sad. That's not the Nebraska I grew up in, born and raised. So I ask my colleagues, it's hurtful when we see things happen to another colleague. Senator Blood said it wasn't surprising, and sadly, I agree with her. I've been on enough campaigns to know that people inflict all kinds of unnecessary administrative headaches on candidates when they run statewide races, that take time and resources to address these frivolous, unnecessary type of accusations. And it's frustrating because that's not Nebraska nice. That's not how we were raised. That's, I think your parents would say, that's not how I raised you, to do things like that, to treat people with kindness and compassion, particularly those who are different than you, who don't look like you, who don't think like you.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'm committed to doing everything I can to work with my colleagues to come up with good policy that helps all Nebraskans and gets us back on track to doing the things that we're elected to do, to help with the workforce crisis, to help with affordable housing, to help out with childcare. Why would any company want to come to our state of Nebraska if we have such negativity towards people that are LGBTQIA+? We don't have the workforce, even if we were a stellar state that is embracing and inclusive and welcoming. We have a blueprint that tells us how to be a more welcoming state, and that focuses on inclusivity and diversity as an asset and a strength, and something that we all should be proud of. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abold. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Wanted to add my gratitude to Speaker Arch, Senator Brandt, and others who have added important reflections to the debate and dialogue this afternoon on the mic. And I know many colleagues are having conversations about these matters off the mic and amongst each other as well, which is very, very important. And I want to just add a few concluding thoughts at my final time on the mic, I think, on this matter. But I think we have to be really clear-eyed about how we got here and what we're talking about. LB 574 is ripping this institution apart. One bill is ripping this institution apart. One bill is ripping this institution apart. Why are we allowing that? Why do we allow that? When we see a level of acrimony and pain in this body and in our state that has serious problems from a legal, policy, and practical perspective, we need to listen to that. We need to not double down and push forward at all costs. We've taken up very divisive, very challenging issues before that hasn't brought this type of damage to this institution. That is telling in its own right. And we have to grapple with that, and we have to acknowledge that. There have been other members who have been unfairly targeted by unfair media stories, awful things on social media, and awful commentary on this mic as well. I've tried my best to address each of those when they've come forward, and I've perhaps fallen short in being as consistent and as voracious as I can be. But I want to ask my colleagues to use this moment to reset. This measure is about our institution. Let's reset together. We have made mistakes. We have gone too far. But we have a chance at every moment of every day to step back from the abyss together in regards to this measure that's tearing us apart, and in regards to the hateful, harmful politics that is washing across our democracy and across our beloved country and across our beloved state and communities. whether it's expulsions or censures that are happening in other state legislators, whether it's the unprecedented nature of things that have happened in this body this year, let's use this moment to reset together and say enough is enough. We need to take up the people's business in regards to so many important issues, and we need to heed these lessons that have been presented to us day after day after day, that this measure is too divisive and should not be advanced. We have an opportunity each day and each moment to not harden our hearts, but to open them when new information is presented. More information has been presented each day about how divisive this measure is and how it hurts our relationships and our institution. Let's learn from this painful example. Let's reset our intentions together. Let's rethink forging forward with this divisive measure that's hurting this body. And let's make sure that we honor the institution and the people's business to our highest and best ability for our remaining days of this session. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to close on AM 1270.
Thank you, Mr. President. So when Senator Hunt first told me about this accountability and disclosure filing, or not accountability and disclosure, I guess complaint. I have the accountability disclosure letterhead in front of me. This complaint, I was obviously, as everyone, taken aback by it. I mean, it's frivolous. It's completely frivolous. And it's malicious. It's an internet troll who's taking their trolling offline and into the real world. The individual who filed this complaint is the same person who, a rally out in the rotunda, was taking photographs of children. And when I approached him and said, "You should stop taking photographs of these children," he said, "Well, they're in a public space." And I said, "Yes, they are, but you still shouldn't be taking pictures of other people's children." And I knew that he was an internet troll, and I was genuinely concerned that his lack of judgment was going to lead to him posting pictures of children attending a rally in opposition of LB 574 and post them on social media, because clearly this is the level of judgment we're dealing with. So unfortunately, I am not in the slightest bit surprised that somebody that would take pictures of children would go the next step and file a claim, a harassment against our colleague. People in this chamber don't file conflicts of interest for things that they very clearly should be filing conflicts of interest for. Things where you have a vested, direct significant financial benefit. And I don't just mean taxes. I take Senator DeBoer's, comments. Tax cuts impact everyone in some manner. Tax increases impact everyone in some manner. But there are some things, incentives, programs. There are lots of things that we do in this body that directly impact individual members. An example just caught my eye. Senator Ballard's family owns a vineyard. Senator Ballard abstained from voting on any bill that had to do with the liquor laws that directly benefited his family's business. Not his business, it wasn't bakery related, but his family's business. That is what we are supposed to do. That is what we are supposed to do. And we don't have frivolous things filed against us when we don't. This is an assault. This is an assault on Senator Hunt and her family. And the only person who should be standing up here, who should be decrying this, is the person who introduced the bill at the center of this. But that person refuses to stand up and say, hey, folks, I'm just trying to save the children here. Don't attack my colleague and their kid. No, because this is an attack on our colleague and her kid. And that's why the introducer of the bill doesn't get up and do that. Because that is the intention of it. That is the intention of it.
1 minute.
I appreciate the comments that have been made here. I appreciate the comments of individuals who I am not aligned with that have been made here about this institution because it is important and it is valuable. But I also am not going to lose sight of the fact that this is an assault and you are voting to take away your colleagues' parental rights. And this document is just another slash of it. It is inappropriate. It is offensive. It is offensive. Call of the House. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House be placed under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
14 ayes, 3 nays, place the House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. All senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senator Kavanaugh, we're missing Senator Wayne. How do you wish to proceed? Machine vote. Thank you, Senator. The question is the amendment 1270, the adoption of AM 1270. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, please record.
0 ayes, 34 nays, Mr. President, on adoption of AM 1270.
The amendment is not adopted. Raise the call. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Mr. President, concerning LB 815, the next amendment, AM 1272, offered by Senator Michaela Kavanaugh.
Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry, my computer closed. AM 1272. There is 11 minutes left on this, colleagues. So just an FYI that there's 11 minutes left on this. So this strikes the enacting clause. Thank you to Margaret. AM 1272 strikes the enacting clause. Again, not a great idea, but if you feel so inclined, then I guess vote for it. Okay, so let's see here. Voting to raise your own pay status, state lawmakers in a bind. We are not voting to raise our own pay status because we can't. We can vote to put it to a vote of the people, but we cannot vote to increase our own pay. So when there's those booming commercials saying Senator so-and-so wanted to increase their own salary by 100% or 200%, then you know that's not entirely true. Well, yes, I would like to increase my salary by 200%. That would make it $36,000 a year. That would be amazing. I think I still would make less than the city council in Omaha, or around the same. Maybe I'd be on par. Maybe it'd be on par with the city council. But yeah, I totally would vote to increase my salary by 200%. 200%, I would vote 200% of the time. But we can't do that. We can only vote to put it to a vote of the people. So any attack ad saying that I voted to increase my salary would mean that they snuck into the voting booth with me and took a picture of my very private ballot, because that's the only way you would know if I voted to give myself an increase. Because I might vote to put it on the ballot and then vote against it. But voting to put it to a vote of the people is not voting to increase your salary. So in Nebraska, if you see an attack ad against anyone in the legislature and it attacks them for wanting to voting to increase their salary, either somebody got hold of their actual ballot, which I think is a federal crime, or they are misrepresenting that they voted to put it to a vote of the people. Okay. Voting to raise your own pay status puts state lawmakers in a bind. This is State Line Article April 13th, 2023. Oh, just this month. This is a 6-minute read. Well, thank you, State Line, for telling me how long of a read it is. And I have about 7 minutes left to go. New York Republican Assemblywoman Mary Beth Walsh debates a bill to approve a legislative pay raise during a special session at the state capitol in Albany in December 2022. It's a photograph. Lawmakers across the country are weighing the options of salary increases. Why? Yes, they are. Because it is a job and we have families and bills like every other human does. So yes, we are contemplating a pay increase. Persistently low salaries discourage everyday citizens from serving in state legislatures, say legislators who face an uphill battle to raise pay. Quote, could a single parent be a state rep? Absolutely not. If you are the sole wage earner in a family, you can't afford it. Or even if you're the primary wage earner. Louisiana State Rep Joe Marino said in an interview with Stateline, well, Joe Marino, Senator Hunt is doing it. I think she would agree that she'd like to be paid more, but she is a single parent. Just wanted to note. Shout out to my single parents out there. The salary for Louisiana state lawmaker is $16,800 a year, unchanged since 1980. Wow. Yikes. Marino, an independent, introduced a bill in March that would hike legislator salaries to $60,000 a year, $4,600 less than what $16,800 would be in today's dollars. Unless salaries are raised, he said, we'll have a legislature of wealthy or retired people. Yep. Yep. Or people who are willing to be very poor. Very poor. Yes. Yes, you will have wealthy and retired people and not a good representation of the people. And those of us that are not wealthy and retired, it is a financial burden. It is a financial burden. I put money away every month to a Nest account, which I probably should file a conflict of interest on because I think we vote on a Nest bill at some point in time. So if one comes up, I'll do that. Don't want David Begley to come after me. So I put money away every month for my kids' Nest accounts. $10 for each of them. $30 a month, because that is what I can afford. That is what I put away every month for my children, because that is what I can afford. And even that is a very purposeful decision to do, because I think it's important to be investing in their educational future. But I make $12,000 a year. I clear $81 a month. And of that $981, $991. Of that $991, 30 of it goes to my kids' college or post-secondary savings account, $10 for each of them. It is hard. It is hard. It is a job. And it is a job that should be treated as a job. But we are where we are. Okay. Unless salaries are raised, he said, we'll have a legislature of only wealthy and retired people. State legislative salaries range widely. In New York, lawmakers gave themselves a 29% raise to $142,000 annually as of January, making the legislature the highest paid in the country. At the other end of the spectrum, New Mexico legislators receive no salary. That is bananas, New Mexico. I am sorry, but you got to pay people for their work. Many states also pay a per diem rate during sessions, which may be taxable as income and mileage. New Mexico lawmakers receive per diem and mileage, so they're not the lowest paid in the country. That distinction goes to New Hampshire, which pays $100 a year with no per diem. New Hampshire's nominal salary has been in the state's constitution since 1889, and New Mexico's unpaid legislature dates to the constitution adopted with statehood in 1912. What is the inflation on $100 from 1889? That is... I hope somebody tweets that at me. I would love to know. 1889, what would $100 be today versus in 1889? Yikes. Probably a fortune. Efforts this year in both legislatures.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. In both legislatures to put the question of salaries to voters failed. Okay. Resistance to higher state legislative salaries is purposeful and historic. New Hampshire and New Mexico are among states that prize a, quote, citizen legislature, end quote. People from different walks of life who meet the state at the state capitol for a few weeks or months and go back to their regular jobs, rather than professional politicians who make a career out of legislating. I'm going to call real baloney skittles on that. Who's a working person can just leave their job for a few weeks or months? No one. We don't even have paid leave here. So you're leaving your job and not getting paid to leave your job to go do another job that's not paying you. Because you want to have citizen legislators? Yeah, I'm still a citizen.
That's your time, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I am still a citizen and a legislator. And now I'm like, oh, wait, I thought maybe we were going to cloture in 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. So yes, it is baloney skittles to say that you're not going to pay your legislators who you require to leave their job if they have one to come and work for weeks or months at a time because you don't want them to be professional politicians? Do you want them to feed their families? Do you want them to apply for SNAP and TANF instead? I mean, yeah. Okay, so smaller and more rural states tend to have part-time legislatures, pay legislators less, and have smaller legislative staffs, while the largest states usually have full-time legislators, pay the most, and have large legislative staffs, according to the National Conference on State Legislatures. This is just a thought, neither here nor there really, but it's a thought that I have. When we say that smaller and more rural states, I am intrigued by this concept. What states, don't most states have agribusiness? Maybe not the really land small states like New Hampshire or Delaware or Vermont or Maine, but no, Maine has fruit. There is an agribusiness out of Maine. I know Maine blueberries, I think, is a big one. So when we say rural states, aren't most states have some type of agribusiness? California, huge agribusiness. Oregon, again, lots of vineyards and probably other things. I think maybe peaches. Georgia definitely has peaches. So I think we're about done. So I'm going to yield the remainder of my time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Cavanaugh. Mr. Clerk, you have a motion on the desk.
Mr. President, Senator Arch would move to invoke cloture pursuant to Rule 7, Section 10.
Senator Arch, for what purpose do you rise?
Call the House and roll call vote in regular order.
There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
20 yeas, 4 nays, place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. All senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. All unexcused members are now present. Members, the first vote is the motion to invoke cloture. There's been a request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar, voting yes. Senator Albright, voting yes. Senator Arch, voting yes. Senator Armendariz, voting yes. Senator Ballard, voting yes. Senator Blood, voting yes. Senator Boston, Senator Bostar, voting yes. Senator Bostelman, voting yes. Senator Brandt, voting yes. Senator Brewer, Senator Breezy, Senator John Kavanaugh, voting yes. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, voting yes. Senator Clements, Senator Conrad, voting yes. Senator Day, Senator DeBoer, voting yes. Senator DeKay, voting yes. Senator Dorn, voting yes. Senator Dover, voting yes. Senator Dungan, voting yes. Senator Erdman, voting yes. Senator Frederickson, voting yes. Senator Holleran, not voting. Senator Hansen, voting yes. Senator Hardin, voting yes. Senator Holcroft, voting yes. Senator Hughes, voting yes. Senator Hunt, voting yes. Senator Ibach, voting yes. Senator Jacobson, voting yes. Senator Kauth, voting yes. Senator Linehan, Senator Lippincott, voting yes. Senator Lowe, voting yes. Senator McDonald, voting yes. Senator McKinney, Senator Mosier, voting yes. Senator Merman, voting yes. Senator Raybold, voting yes. Senator Reapy, voting yes. Senator Sanders, voting yes. Senator Slama, voting yes. Senator Vargas, Senator Mungillern, voting yes. Senator Walls, voting yes. Senator Wayne, Senator Wishart, voting yes. Vote is 39 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture is invoked. Members, the next question is the adoption of AM 1272. All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
No ayes, 38 nays, Mr. President, on the adoption of the amendment.
Senator Ballard for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 815 be advanced to ENR for engrossing.
The motion is to advance LB 815 to engrossment, ENR engrossment. All those in favor, vote aye. All those say aye. All those opposed, say no. Nay. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. It is advanced. Raise the call, Mr. Clerk. Next item.
Mr. President, some items quickly. The communication from Senator Mosier as chairperson of the Telecommunications Committee informing the legislature that the Transportation Committee has selected Senator DeKay as the vice chair. Additionally, amendment to be printed from Senator Reapy to LB 131. In regards to the agenda, Mr. President, Legislative Bill 816, select file. Senator Clements would withdraw MO 928 and 929. Senator Clements would offer MO 930, Mr. President.
Senator Wishart, you're authorized to open on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Clements is down listening in on the fiscal forecast, and so he asked that I remind this body of what LB 816 does. So LB 816 was introduced by the Speaker at the request of the Governor, and it's part of the Governor's biennial budget recommendations. This bill provides for the funding of the salaries and benefits of certain state officers as required by the state constitution and laws of the state of Nebraska. This bill includes judges as well as elected constitutional officers, the parole board, and the tax commissioner. And this bill contains an emergency clause, and it would become operative July 1st, 2023. With that, I will withdraw that motion. Thank you.
It's withdrawn.
Mr. President, in regards to Legislative Bill 816, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh would offer AM 1273.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to open on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay. This is AM 1273. Oh, gotta take them out. I got it.